a night shift nurse, a female-only room for rent, and a quiet house at the end of a cul-de-sac with absolutely no furniture inside. This story started as a short email in my inbox from a woman who works nights in an ICU. She was exhausted, fresh out of a divorce, and desperate for something cheap and safe near the hospital. When she saw a Craigslist ad written by a woman her age offering a private room and bathroom in a safe subdivision, it felt like a small piece of her life finally going right again. But when she pulled up that night, the front door was barricaded from the inside. A handwritten note told her to use the side gate. The female landlord she'd been talking to was suddenly a middle-aged man in a dirty t-shirt. The lights were dim, the rooms were empty, and every door in that house seemed to close just a little too quietly behind her. She still followed him through the tour. She still walked to the top of the basement stairs when he opened the door and said, "Ladies first." What she didn't know then is what the cops would later find waiting in that basement she refused to walk into. Tonight, you're going to hear the full story. It is 2:11 in the morning as I start this, which feels a little on the nose even to me. The cheap digital clock on my stove says the same thing my phone does, so I guess I have to believe it. My apartment is quiet in the way only buildings full of strangers can be quiet. The fridge hums behind me in tired little bursts. The HVAC whispers through the vents like it is trying not to wake anyone up. And every few minutes, a car drifts along the freeway a few blocks over. That distant whoosh of tires on wet pavement that you stop hearing after you have lived with it long enough. Somewhere above me, my upstairs neighbor is pacing, slow and steady, heel to toe, the boards creaking in the same 3 spots. I have never seen his face, but I could pick his footsteps out of a lineup. The only real light in here is the glow from my laptop on the coffee table. The screensaver is still bouncing the hospital logo around like it is mocking me for bringing work home in the stupidest possible way. The rest of the living room is just shapes. The discount couch I bought off Facebook Marketplace, the little bookshelf leaning to one side, the pile of shoes I pretend I am going to organize someday. I am writing this the way I would write a long, rambling email. That is probably what you will hear it as if this ever makes it onto your channel. Somebody's too long confession from a Gmail account they created years ago and never thought would hold something like this. I am not asking you for help. I do not need advice. I am not even sure I want anyone to believe me. I just need this to live somewhere outside my own head for a little while, because inside my head, it is too loud. My name is Lauren. I am 31 years old, and I work nights in an ICU in Columbus, Ohio. That last part used to be the whole story I told about myself. I work nights. I drink too much bad coffee. I sleep when the rest of the city is eating lunch. The usual nurse cliches. Then the rest of it happened. Divorce papers on the kitchen table. Lawyers billing by the quarter hour. Watching my credit score fall like a dead bird. And suddenly, the night shift nurse part felt like the only thing about me that was still functional. I moved to this city with 3 suitcases, a car payment, and a handful of mistakes I was still defending out of habit. My ex-husband kept the house, the nice one with the fenced yard and the double garage, and the stupid open-concept kitchen I pretended to care about. I got his old toaster, some debt with my name on it, and a very clear understanding of what I could no longer afford. Bad credit does not care that you save lives for a living. Landlords don't care that you missed one visa payment because you were paying off an ultrasound bill. Algorithms certainly do not care. Every time I filled out an apartment application, I could almost feel the software rolling its eyes. So I did what a lot of people do when they are too tired and too broke and too proud to move back in with family. I went looking for rooms, not apartments. Rooms, spare bedrooms, basement suites, mother-in-law units that were really closets with sinks in them. I told myself anything would be better than sharing a cramped place with my coworker and her passive-aggressive notes about dishes in the sink. Anything would be better than feeling like a guest in a life that wasn't mine. This is where you probably think you know where the story is going. You have heard enough Craigslist horror stories to map out the beats in your head. I had too. That is what makes all of this worse. I had listened to women talk about creepy landlords and hidden cameras and mysterious basements during my breaks at 3 in the morning, over lukewarm coffee and vending machine pretzels. I laughed at the right parts and shook my head at the others, and still believed that I was smarter than that, more careful than that, more aware. I am not telling you this because I want you to think I was stupid. I am telling you this because I want you to understand exactly how normal everything felt, right up until it didn't. My nights follow a routine that used to feel comforting and now just feels like a series of noises I am waiting to go wrong. I come home from the ICU sometime after midnight, depending on how bad the shift was. I shut my car door and listen automatically for anyone else in the parking lot, even though there never is anyone at that hour. And then I walk across cracked asphalt under yellow security lights that buzz like flies. Inside, the elevator groans its way up to the 3rd floor, cables whining behind the wall. Someone's TV is always on too loud behind one of the doors in the hallway, canned laughter spilling out into the fluorescent glare. When I get to my own door, I always check the peephole twice. Once before I unlock anything. Once after the deadbolt is turned, but before I open it all the way. I do not remember when I started doing that. It feels like it has always been there, a reflex built from 100 small fears that never quite came true. Shoes come off by the mat. Scrubs get peeled off and shoved into a laundry basket. Microwave hums as it brings some frozen mistake back to life on a chipped plate. I eat on the couch, like I am afraid of waking someone up, even though there is no one here to wake. I scroll on my phone with the volume off, watching videos with captions, listening instead to the buildings settle around me. The air conditioner's low sigh, the dishwasher in the apartment next door, the metallic grind of a garage door down on the street when somebody gets home late. Those sounds did not always bother me. They were just the background noise of other people existing near me. Now, they land like warnings. A car engine idling too long under my window makes my chest tighten. Footsteps stopping outside my door make my hand drift automatically toward my phone. The slow, rusty rise of a garage door somewhere below makes my skin crawl, because my brain fills in a picture I wish I had never seen. All of that, every silly little ritual and jump and flinch, comes back to one stupid, ordinary sound. An email notification. Not a scream. Not a bang on the door. Not glass breaking. Just the bright little ding of my laptop, letting me know someone, somewhere, wanted my attention. The same sound it makes when my bank sends me spam, or the hospital sends out a new policy PDF that no one will read. This whole thing started with an email notification that sounded exactly like the ones I hear every night. Nothing about that sound should have meant anything, but it does now. If you were sitting where I am sitting, you would see exactly what I saw that night. The laptop on the coffee table, lid half closed, the hospital logo bouncing. The dim light of the screen reflecting off the greasy surface of the microwave door. The little envelope icon popping up in the corner. Subject line, room for female, private bath. Nothing special, nothing cursed, nothing that should have made my stomach drop the way it did. I will get to that email. I will show you how ordinary it looked and how quickly normal turned into something else. But before I do, I need you to hear my voice the way I am hearing it in my own head right now. A little frayed, a little sarcastic, a little ashamed at how desperate I was for a cheap room that I walked into a situation I would later try to explain to a detective without sounding like the kind of person who ends up as a cautionary tale. No one has heard the full version of this before. Not my sister, not my co-workers, not the detective who kept checking his watch while I talked about tripwires and basement stairs. This is the first time I am laying it out from the beginning, the way it actually felt, with all the sounds left in. If you keep listening, you are going to hear a lot of things you recognize. Microwaves, elevator dings, garage doors, email notifications. The only difference between your night and mine is what happened after one of those sounds and the staircase I almost decided to walk down. 2 years earlier, all of this was still theoretical. I did not have a staircase in my memory yet, or the shape of a man's shoulder at the end of a hallway, or the sound of a nylon cord brushing my shoe. 2 years earlier, I just had a stack of papers on a conference room table and a pen that would not stop shaking in my hand. The divorce itself was almost boring. No screaming in the parking lot, no dramatic scene at the courthouse. Just me and my ex-husband, our lawyers, and a woman in a navy blazer who kept saying phrases like equitable distribution and remaining liabilities. I signed my name so many times that morning that the letter stopped looking like mine. By the end of it, he had the house in Cincinnati, the one with the big kitchen and the brand new washer and dryer and all the things people post about when they are proud. I had my car, some furniture that would not fit in any apartment I could afford, my share of the debt, and whatever was left of my pride. Driving up to Columbus felt less like starting over and more like being relocated. The new hospital had dangled a slightly higher pay rate and a sign-on bonus that disappeared faster than I could blink once the lawyer invoices and moving costs hit. I told everyone I was excited for a change of scenery. I told myself I was lucky to have a job at all. The truth was, I felt like someone who had been set down in the middle of a different city and told, "Good luck, try not to drown." Money was not just tight. Money was an animal with its teeth in my throat. There was the car payment that did not care about my emotional growth. There were student loans that had been politely patient through my marriage and were now clearing their throats. There were credit cards, plural, that I had fed with dinners and impulse buys, and "we deserve this" weekends, which now stared back at me in black and white numbers I could not disown. For the first few months, I sublet a room from a coworker. Room is generous. It was technically a second bedroom, but it felt more like a walk-in closet that someone forgot to leave empty. My bed frame did not fit, so the mattress went right on the floor. My clothes lived in plastic bins stacked against the wall. The one window looked directly into a brick wall and a tangle of cable lines. My co-worker's cat hated me on sight. She was one of those slow, judgmental cats with half a torn ear and eyes that always seemed halfway closed in suspicion. She would stand in my doorway at night, tail twitching, and stare at me while I tried to sleep, as if she knew I did not belong there and was waiting for someone to come remove me. During the day, she would scream at the hallway whenever I opened my door, this long, guttural yowl that made me feel like an intruder in my own rented space. The roommate herself was not awful, but she communicated mostly by post-it note. Little neon squares bloomed on the fridge and cabinets. Please keep the fan on when you shower. Rinse dishes right away. Remember to lock deadbolt at night. The more exclamation points, the more anxious she had been when she wrote them. I started joking to myself that I lived with a sentient office supply. At night, after a shift, I would lie in my too-small room and listen to the apartment talk. The walls were so thin, I could hear the muffled dialogue of whatever crime show my roommate was watching in the living room, the canned laughter from the neighbor's sitcom, the wet cough of the guy down the hall. Pipes clicked and knocked in the ceiling every time someone turned on a tap. The fridge in the tiny kitchen would click off with a soft sigh, leaving a silence that was never really quiet, just full of different noises. I told myself it was temporary. 6 months, maybe a year. Long enough to get my feet under me and my credit score out of the ICU. Long enough to start looking for something that felt less like squatting in someone else's life. The problem was, everywhere I looked for that something had a fee attached to it. Apartment sites wanted application fees, credit checks, deposits that looked suspiciously like ransoms. Management companies wanted you to put your entire financial history on display in exchange for the privilege of paying too much for too little. Each time I hit submit on an application, my stomach clenched, waiting for the polite rejection email that would inevitably arrive. Facebook groups were a circus. Half of the posts were obvious scams. The other half were real people looking for roommates to split downtown lofts with, as long as you did not mind their occasional all-night parties and occasional boyfriends and occasional emotional support reptiles. I am an ICU nurse. I see enough chaos at work. I did not want to come home to it too. That is how Craigslist slunk back into the picture, wearing the same sketchy clothes it always had, but somehow still looking like an option. I knew the jokes. I had heard Craigslist killer thrown around enough times that it felt like a brand. I also knew people who had found decent rooms and even fully furnished basements that way, quietly, without ever becoming a headline. Craigslist had 3 things going for it that nothing else did. No application fees, no automated credit score rejection, and the possibility of landing a room in an actual house instead of a paper-thin apartment block. A room in a house meant maybe a yard, maybe a driveway, maybe a basement for storage if I was lucky. It meant the illusion of stability, even if my name was never on a lease. So, a few weeks after I landed in Columbus, I found myself sitting at the little secondhand desk in that too-bright apartment, laptop open, LED glow, painting my face a sick pale blue as I clicked through the rooms and shares section. The roommate's TV murmured through the wall, some reality show where people were shouting at each other about nothing. The cat's claws ticked across the hardwood in the hall like tiny impatient metronomes. Every now and then, a car honked outside, distant and annoyed, and then the building would settle back into its own cramped internal noise. The listings blurred after a while. Grainy photos of bedrooms with grimy carpets, faded comforters, and blinds stuck halfway down. Walls painted colors no landlord should ever have approved. Sickly lime green, dark red, mustard yellow. Descriptions that were either painfully cheerful or so short they felt like a threat. I skimmed past the ones that advertised 420 friendly in the first line, the ones that wanted you to be into the festival scene, the ones that mentioned party house more than once. I skipped over the posts written in solid blocks of caps lock, the ones with 12 screaming emojis in the title, and a truly depressing number of single male, chill, likes to cook, looking for female roommate offers. I do not care how chill you think you are. If your selling point is that you don't mind sharing a bed sometimes, the answer is no. My eyes ached. My brain felt like it was sliding around behind them. The fridge clicked off behind me, a little drop in the background hum that made the apartment feel emptier for a second. I rubbed at my face, told myself I would scroll for 10 more minutes and then give up for the night. That was when I saw it. The title was simple, almost boring in how reasonable it sounded. Quiet room for female, private bath, safe neighborhood, 450, all included. No emojis, no weird punctuation, no LOL, or no drama please, wedged in the subject line. Just a promise, wrapped in a price I could actually afford. I clicked it. The description read like someone had gone into my exhausted brain and pulled out a wish list. A house in a quiet, safe subdivision on the east side of the city. A female homeowner, 29, who works nights and prefers a female roommate for safety and peace of mind. No parties, no drugs, no pets. Perfect for professional women or students who work late. Utilities included. Driveway parking. Access to kitchen and laundry. Respectful, calm environment. In other words, the anti-posted apartment. There was only one photo, which should have bothered me more than it did. It was a shot of the front of a 2-story suburban house taken at dusk. The lawn was a little overgrown, the shrubs a little wild. One of the upstairs blinds was crooked. The porch light was on, throwing a yellow cone onto the concrete steps, and the sky behind the roof was a flat, darkening blue. I stared at that photo for a long time. I zoomed in until the pixels broke apart and then zoomed out again. The house did not look beautiful, but it looked solid. It looked like the kind of place where someone's mom might live. It looked like the kind of place where you could pull into the driveway at 3 a.m. after a shift and not feel like you were being watched from every angle. The single photo nagged at me, but not enough. I told myself it was normal. Some people do not know how to upload multiple pictures. Some people do all of this from their phones, half distracted. Maybe she was shy about showing the inside. Maybe she had not cleaned yet. Maybe. What stuck with me more than the missing photos was the mention that she, this supposed female homeowner, also worked nights. Someone who understood what it meant to sleep through leaf blowers and Amazon deliveries and kids playing in the street. Someone who would not complain about me making coffee at 10 p.m. or coming in when the rest of the block was winding down. I remember thinking very clearly that it felt like a small, strange mercy. In a city that had not asked for me. In a life I was still trying to remember how to live alone. Here was a listing that sounded like it had been written with me in mind. The LED light from the laptop screen flickered once, just a tiny hiccup on the wall, as if the power was thinking about cutting out. The roommate laughed at something on her show, a sharp burst of canned joy leaking through the drywall. The cat scratched once at my closed door and then padded away. I hovered over the reply button and with a tired little sigh, told myself it was just an email, just a question, just a chance at a room that might be quiet for once. I clicked. The message I sent her could not have been more boring if I tried. I clicked reply and typed out the same little biography I had copy-pasted into a dozen other inquiries. My name, my age, the fact that I work nights as an ICU nurse, that I do not smoke, that I do not have pets, that I am quiet and pay my bills on time. I added one extra line this time about being looking for something long-term and peaceful, then immediately hated how needy it sounded and deleted the word peaceful. It still sounded like I was begging. My fingers hovered over send for a second. Then the fridge kicked on behind me with that low, steady hum, like a tired engine clearing its throat. The roommate's TV laughed at something unfunny through the wall. Outside, a car honked twice, impatient and far away. It hit me that nothing in my life was going to change if I just sat here staring at my own desperation on a screen. I hit send. The email whooshed away with that little fake paper airplane animation. I leaned back in my chair, the cheap wood creaking under me, and told myself I had done my part. Either she would reply, or she would not. Either way, it was one more line cast into a very murky, very crowded pond. I got up to make coffee, because sleep was not happening anytime soon, and I still had a full shift ahead of me that night. The kitchen in that apartment was barely big enough for one person, but I could move around it half asleep by then. Mug out of the cabinet, spoon clinking in the drawer, the soft rattle of the coffee scoop against the tin. The microwave clock blinked at me in harsh green numbers. The overhead light hummed. 15 minutes is not a long time, but it feels different when you are waiting for your life to change in increments of $450 a month. I had just poured water into the reservoir of the cheap drip machine when the sound hit. A bright, clean ding from the living room. It cut straight through the low murmur of the TV next door, and the static hum of the fridge bounced off the cabinets and seemed to echo for a second in the thin metal of the microwave door. Funny how your brain learns to separate sounds. That one little tone has always pulled me like a leash. I set the coffee pot down too hard, glass clicking against plastic, and wiped my hands on my scrubs without realizing I had gotten them wet. The laptop was still on the desk, screen dim but awake. The little envelope icon pulsed in the corner like a heartbeat. There it was. Quiet room for female, private bath, safe neighborhood, $450, all included. I could feel my own pulse in my throat as I sat down. It was ridiculous. It was just an email. But in that moment, the quiet of the apartment folded in on itself, every other sound falling back to the edges. I clicked. The reply started friendly enough. Hi, Lauren. Thanks for reaching out. I'm Maddie. I also work nights, so I totally get the weird schedule and just wanting somewhere calm to sleep during the day. Room is still available. I'd love another night owl around. The house gets too quiet sometimes, LOL. She signed it. Maddie. I read it twice, letting the words soak in. On the surface, it was everything I wanted to hear. Room still available. Another woman. Someone who spoke the language of nights and quiet and too much solitude. She even used night owl. which is exactly how nurses joke with each other on break at 3 in the morning. But there was something about the way the sentences were stacked that snagged on me. It was not anything I could point to concretely at first, just a feeling. The phrases were short, a little clipped, like someone who was used to keeping their words efficient, not friendly. The LOL at the end felt stuck on, like a sticker someone slapped onto a package after it had already gone through the mail. I read it again, slower, pretending I was charting and needed to catch every detail. I'd love another night owl around. The house gets too quiet sometimes, LOL. The LOL did not sound like the voice in the rest of the sentence. It sounded like someone remembering they should seem casual and trying too hard. Still, I told myself, people write weird emails all the time. I have seen surgeons text like teenagers and teenagers email like lawyers. You cannot build a criminal profile off punctuation. I wrote back, thanking her for the quick response, saying the place sounded like exactly what I was looking for, and asking the obvious questions. Could she send more pictures of the room? Was there laundry in the house? How long had she lived there? Did she mind if I came after work one evening to see it? This time, the reply came even faster. The ding had barely stopped ringing in my ears. Phone camera busted. You'll just have to trust me, LOL. House is nice though, clean and quiet. Laundry in basement. I've been here a few years. I'm heading to work tonight. But if you want to stop by around 8:15, you can see it before I go. I have to leave by 9. Address, redacted front door sticks. Just come through the side gate to the kitchen door. Driveway is on the left. See you then. No greeting this time. No sign off. Just information. Efficient. Like she was ticking boxes. The phrase, "You'll just have to trust me, LOL," sat heavy in my stomach. There it was again, that awkward laugh tacked onto something that did not feel funny. My eyes went back to phone camera busted and stuck there for a long second. Only one picture in the listing. No new photos now. A broken camera. A front door that sticks. Instructions to come around the side, through a gate, to the back of the house. I remember staring at those lines and having two thoughts at once. The first was the hopeful one, that she was just some overworked woman who did not care about technology, who had dropped her phone in a sink, who was trying to rent out a room without turning it into a full-time job. The second was quieter and uglier, that I had listened to enough stories on channels like yours to recognize a setup when I saw one. You know which thought I chose to entertain. I told myself plenty of people have janky front doors. My own childhood house had a deadbolt you had to hip check into place. People do use side doors more than front doors in some neighborhoods. Not everyone documents their entire life in high-res photos. It was almost a point of pride for some. Besides, the address she sent was in a part of the east side I had driven through before. Subdivisions, cul-de-sacs, chain restaurants, grocery stores. Not an isolated farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. Not a cabin in the woods. Civilization. I copied the address into my phone and saved it. The little red pin dropped neatly onto a map I did not recognize, but felt like I should. My mouse hovered over the email for a moment. Then I did something I had not done in a while. I clicked into the search bar of my inbox and typed, "Quiet room for female." A few results popped up. Most were the thread I was already in, copies and forwards and spam clutter. One was an old message from a travel blog I never read. And then there was one, dated 3 months before I even moved to Columbus. I frowned and clicked it open. It was a reply from a Craigslist email address to my personal email, from back when I had been daydreaming about relocating and had started browsing listings just to see. The subject line was almost the same. Quiet room for female, private bath. The body of that older email was short, but the phrasing made my chest tighten. Room still open. Quiet house in safe neighborhood. Female preferred. Private bath. $450 all included. Different address. Different generic Craigslist relay. But the wording, the cadence, the way certain phrases lined up, it felt like reading the same song sung in a different key. I remembered that old listing vanishing before I ever heard back again. One day it was there. The next, it was deleted by author. I had shrugged and moved on. There were a dozen other things to worry about then, but seeing those words now, stacked in my inbox across months and miles, made me feel like I had just noticed a shape in the corner of a room I thought was empty. My first instinct was to slam the laptop shut and pretend I had not seen any of it. Instead, I sat very still and listened. The fridge clicked off behind me with that tiny sigh. The roommate's TV audience roared with laughter at something on a game show. A car rolled by outside and honked once, twice, as if impatient for someone to move. That bright email ding echoed in my memory, the way it had a few minutes earlier. Sharp and innocent. People copy and paste old ads all the time, I told myself. Maybe she had posted once and taken it down when she changed her mind, then reposted with the same description under a different email. Maybe the timing was weird. Maybe it was nothing. That is the thing about warning signs. You only recognize them as warnings from the end of the story. At the beginning, they just look like coincidences. I closed out of the old message and went back to the new one. The address stared up at me from the screen. 8:15 p.m. sounded doable. I could swing by before my shift, get a look, see if my gut was overreacting. Worst case, I would waste an hour and feel stupid. Best case, I would find a room and buy myself a little bit of breathing room from the rest of my life. When I hear my email notification now, sitting alone in this apartment at 2:11 in the morning, it does not sound like an invitation anymore. It sounds like a smoke alarm that took too long to go off. Back then, it sounded like hope. I decided to go see the house, and I did not tell a single person I was going alone. The night I went to see the room, the sky felt a little too eager to get dark. It was October, the kind of Ohio October where the daylight just gives up after 6:30. By a little after 7, the city was already slipping into that bluish-gray half-shadow, streetlights popping on in staggered rows like someone flipping cheap switches down an endless hallway. I had just enough time to change out of my scrubs and into jeans and a hoodie before my shift. Just enough time to pretend I was a normal person doing a normal thing on a normal weeknight. My Honda Civic is 10 years old and has the temperament of a middle-aged smoker, but it started on the first try. The engine coughed, then settled into a rough, familiar idle. I backed out of my co-worker's too narrow parking space, headlights washing over the side of the building, catching the cat in the window, glaring down at me like I was sneaking out past curfew. I plugged the address into my phone and clipped it into the little vent mount. The map bloomed out in front of me, a blue line curling east across the city. 32 minutes, it said. I glanced at the time. If I left now, I would hit her estimate almost exactly, arrive around 8:15, be done by 9, clock in at the hospital a little after 9:30. Tight, but doable. Nurses live on tighter. I pulled onto the main road, the turn signal ticking in that impatient little metronome rhythm as I waited for a gap in traffic. The local radio station burbled some pop song I could not muster the energy to care about. The DJ's voice syrupy and too cheerful between ads for fast food and furniture warehouses. I turned it down until it was just a murmur, then absent-mindedly opened my hospital scanner app out of habit. Trauma alert, OSU Maine. Code STEMI. The robotic voice read off emergencies I knew I would not be responding to tonight. Different hospitals, different units. For once, none of it was my problem. I closed the app and let the silence creep back in, filled mostly by the Civic's engine and the soft slap of the wipers clearing a fine mist from the windshield. The weather could not decide whether it wanted to rain or not, so it just hovered at damp. Streetlights passed overhead in a steady pattern, each one briefly painting the hood of my car in sodium orange before disappearing in the rear view. On either side, Columbus did its usual impression of every mid-sized American city. Gas stations with burned-out letters on the signs, fast food drive-thrus glowing like plastic aquariums, a couple arguing at a bus stop, brake lights blooming red at intersections. I took the freeway east like the GPS told me, the on-ramp curving up and around, concrete walls rising on both sides. The sound changed as soon as I merged, the Civic swallowed by the white noise of traffic. Tires hissed on the slightly wet pavement. Engines groaned. Trucks rattled. I tucked into the right lane and let the bigger, shinier cars pass me, their headlights smearing across my side windows. Exit signs came and went. Broad Street, Maine, Livingston. I followed the little blue arrow like it knew something about my life that I didn't. The phone chimed softly at me. In 1 mile, take exit 39. I did. The ramp deposited me onto a commercial strip that looked exactly like every other commercial strip I had ever seen. I drove past a Walmart with its parking lot half full. Rows of carts corralled under flickering lights. A strip mall where a Dollar Tree shared a building with a nail salon and a vape shop. Each storefront a different color of tired neon. A payday loan place with bars on the windows. A drive-through bank that looked closed, but still had its ATM glowing a sickly green. The farther I went, the thinner the businesses got. Gas stations spread out. Houses began to appear behind them, single-story ranches with low roofs and patchy lawns. Trees, tall and already half bare, leaned over the street, their branches scratching at the sky. Turn right in 600 feet, the GPS said in its bright, affectless voice. I turned onto a road with a name that tried too hard, something like Maple Run Lane. The pavement narrowed slightly. The speed limit dropped. My headlights swept over mailboxes on posts, each one with a little stick-on number. This was the subdivision part. Tall, leafy trees lining the curving streets, their trunks wrapped with the shadows of streetlights. House after house set back on neat rectangles of grass. Names like Sycamore View Drive and Autumn Ridge Court showed up on the little green signs. It was the kind of neighborhood that existed in stock photos and insurance commercials. Quiet, safe, family-friendly. All those words that had been in the ad. Minivans and SUVs sat in driveways, noses pointed toward the street like they were ready to go at a moment's notice. Kids' bikes lay abandoned on lawns, one wheel spinning slowly in the faint breeze. Plastic skeletons and foam gravestones decorated a few front yards, early Halloween enthusiasm. Yellow porch lights burned in little halos, inviting no one in particular. And yet, for 8 p.m. on a weeknight, It felt off. I should have heard at least one TV leaking out a laugh track from a cracked window, one dog being walked by someone in leggings with earbuds in, one teenager stomping down a front step while complaining into a phone. Instead, the neighborhood felt zipped up. Curtains closed, garages down, cars home, but people not exactly present. My own car seemed too loud as I rolled slowly along the cul-de-sac road, the Civic's engine grumbling a little as it climbed a gentle incline. The GPS directed me through one more gentle curve, then announced, almost smug, "You have arrived." I let the car creep forward, eyes flicking between the screen and the houses around me. The blue dot settled at the very end of a short cul-de-sac. The house was exactly where the listing photo had promised it would be. End of the road. 2-story, 2-car garage. In the photo, it had looked mildly neglected. In person, it looked like someone had once tried to keep up with it, and then, at some point, just stopped. The grass was too long, the kind of uneven that comes from being mowed in a hurry once a month, if that. A recycling bin had tipped over near the driveway, lid open, a couple of empty water jugs and a crumpled pizza box trapped inside. One of the blinds in an upstairs window was bent at a weird angle, like someone had yanked it too hard and never fixed it. The rest of the house, though, could have been any middle-class dream from 10 years ago. White siding gone a little gray, dark shutters, a porch with 2 steps up to the front door. That door was painted a dull burgundy that might have been richer once. The porch light above it was on, casting a pale circle onto the concrete. No pumpkins, no welcome mat. I pulled in along the curb instead of into the driveway, suddenly unwilling to imagine my car nose up to the garage like it belonged there. When I turned the engine off, the quiet that rushed in made me feel like I had just gone underwater. Metal ticked as the engine started to cool, a soft, random pattern under the hood. Somewhere down the street, a dog barked twice, short and sharp, then stopped. A dryer vent on the side of one of the houses hummed, pushing out a ribbon of warm-smelling air that I could almost taste when the wind shifted, a mix of detergent and heat and something vaguely sweet. A single car turned the corner at the far end of the street, its headlights briefly washing the cul-de-sac in white before it continued on. Inside my car, it was just me and the sound of my own breathing. My phone screen lit my lap with its cold light. 8:11 p.m., right on schedule. The GPS map still showed the little red pin, as if I might forget where I was in the next 30 seconds and need reminding. I sat there, hands on the steering wheel, and thought about texting someone. My sister, my coworker, anyone. Hey, going to see a room on the east side. If I die, it was Craigslist LOL. The words formed easily in my head, the same stupid joke everybody makes when they meet strangers from the internet. My thumb hovered over my messages icon. I even tapped my sister's name, watched our thread open, full of memes and half-finished conversations. The cursor blinked in the empty text field like it was waiting to be filled with something wise. I imagined her reading it and worrying unnecessarily. I imagined her trying to call me not picking up because I was walking through the house, her panicking for no reason. I imagined myself having to explain later that I had, in fact, not been murdered. I had just been poor and dramatic. I locked the screen instead. The air in the car felt warmer suddenly, heavy with my own indecision. I rolled my shoulders back, cracked my neck, told myself I was being ridiculous. This was a cul-de-sac with minivans and Halloween decorations. This was a safe subdivision. This was not an alleyway, or an abandoned factory, or a cabin in the woods. This was exactly the kind of place people move to when they are tired of being afraid. I grabbed my bag from the passenger seat, checked that my keys and phone were in the front pocket, and opened the door. The night air slipped in, cool and a little damp, carrying the faint smell of cut grass and someone's distant dinner. As I stepped out and shut the door behind me, the sound of it closing seemed too loud in the hushed little circle of houses. A porch light 2 doors down flicked on in response to my movement, buzzing faintly. I could feel eyes on me, even if it was just curtains shifting in the dark. The neighborhood had been built to look safe. It did. It looked like a place where nothing truly bad was supposed to happen. But standing there at the end of that cul-de-sac, with my car cooling and the dryer vent humming and every house closed up tight, I felt something else under the surface. A stillness that did not feel peaceful at all, but like a held breath, waiting to see what I would do next. The concrete walkway up to the house was the same pale poured slab you see in every subdivision, but it felt longer than it should have. My footsteps sounded too loud on it, a soft, rubbery slap that seemed to announce me to every dark window on the cul-de-sac. I pulled my hoodie tighter around myself and tried to look like someone who belonged there, someone coming home, not someone auditioning for a news story. The porch light above the front door was off. That struck me as odd. Every other house had their light on, little yellow beacons over welcome mats and seasonal wreaths. This one sat in its own little pocket of shadow. The only illumination came from a streetlight a few yards away, its cold white glow slanting across the front of the house, and a faint bleed of light pressing out from behind the curtains in the front window. Up close, the front door looked more tired than intimidating. The burgundy paint was chipped around the edges, exposing the raw wood underneath in pale scratches and crescents where keys had missed the lock. The doorknob was one of those shiny brass ones that always show too many fingerprints. I could see my own face in it, warped and small. There was a piece of paper taped crookedly at eye level, a standard white printer sheet, corners curling a little in the damp air. The tape had bubbled in places, like someone had stuck it on in a hurry and not bothered to smooth it. The message was simple, written in thick black marker. Door jammed. Use side gate. M. The letters were big and heavy, each stroke pressed so hard that the ink had bled a little at the edges. It did not look like the handwriting of a 29-year-old woman who dashed off grocery lists between shifts. It looked like the blocky writing you see on keep out signs and cardboard boxes in men's garages. The period after the initial M was a little dot punched in with more force than necessary. I stood there a second longer than I should have, the air cool against my face, reading the note again. Door jammed. Not broken, not lock messed up, not please use side door. Jammed, like something was stuck. Maybe this is the part where a smarter version of me would have turned around. Maybe this is when you, listening to this, are already shaking your head. But in that moment, the part of my brain that had memorized worst-case scenarios was still fighting with the part that had watched her bank account sink month after month. The second part was louder. I reached for the doorknob anyway. The metal was cold under my hand. I twisted. It did not move. There was no give, no sticky click that suggested it was just stubborn. It felt more like trying to turn a knob welded into place. I leaned my shoulder against the door and pushed, half-heartedly, just to test it. Nothing. The house did not creak. The hinges did not complain. It might as well have been a wall. Off to the right of the door was a narrow panel of decorative glass, the kind with frosted swirls that let light through but blurred everything behind them. In the dim spill from the streetlight, I could make out enough detail to know I did not like what I was seeing. Several locks glinted in the refracted light. A deadbolt at the top, another in the middle, and what looked like a chain bolt. That part was normal enough. Plenty of people are paranoid. But about halfway down, slightly below the level of the doorknob, there was a darker, thicker shape running horizontally across the inside of the door. I leaned in, squinting, letting my eyes focus past my own reflection in the glass. The outline sharpened. A metal bar, or maybe a length of thick wood, secured in two brackets mounted on either side of the doorframe. The kind of bar you see in movies when people are boarding themselves in during a storm, or during something else. Jammed, my mind echoed. Not jammed, barricaded. A small cold knot unwound itself in my stomach and dropped straight through me. There was no earthly reason to barricade your front door from the inside if you were just dealing with a sticky lock. There was no reason to leave a note for strangers that said, "Door jammed," when what you meant was, "We do not use this door because we have made sure it will not open." I stepped back without realizing I had moved, the toes of my shoes suddenly too close to the edge of the top step. The air felt thinner. The sound of my own breathing came into focus, louder than it should have been. And then the world exploded in white. A motion light from the neighbor's driveway snapped on with a sharp electric click, flooding the yard in harsh white light. My shadow jumped huge and distorted across the front of the house. The freshly lit driveway next door glowed like a stage, showing nothing more sinister than a minivan and a trash can. But my heart lurched into my throat like something had leapt out at me. I actually flinched, hand coming up halfway to my face in an instinctive gesture I did not have a use for. My pulse banged against the inside of my ears. I stood there, captured in that sudden brightness, feeling like maybe I had just been caught doing something I was not supposed to be doing. After a few seconds of standing perfectly still, nothing else happened. No door opened. No voice called out. The light stayed on, then dimmed a fraction, buzzing quietly. "It's just a sensor," I whispered to myself, hearing the thinness in my own voice. "Calm down. It's just a sensor." I forced myself to look back at the note on the front door one more time. Door jammed. Side gate. The sharp little period after the M stared back like a closed eye. Side gate. Right. That was the plan anyway. The walkway curved around the side of the house, the neatly edged concrete giving way to a strip of gravel. The sound changed under my shoes, a crunching that felt too loud in the stillness. A wooden fence ran along the property line, its slats throwing long, striped shadows in the combined glow of the streetlight and the stolen spill from the neighbor's motion lamp. As I walked, I noticed small things that might not have registered in daylight. The fence needed painting. Some boards leaned slightly, as if someone had pushed against them more than once. Leaves had collected in the corners where the gravel met the house, damp and dark, the smell of them faintly sour and earthy. The side gate came into view as a darker rectangle against the lines of the fence. It was slightly open, an uneven gap where the latch did not quite meet. Someone had left it that way on purpose, or could not be bothered to close it completely. I reached out and nudged it with my fingers. The hinges gave a protesting squeak, a high, complaining sound that cut through the quiet like a shout. I froze again, glancing instinctively toward the neighboring yards, checking for faces in windows, silhouettes behind curtains. Nothing. The only movement came from a branch shifting in the breeze and a single moth batting itself stupidly against the lit-up neighbor's garage. I slipped through the gap and pulled the gate just enough behind me that it looked mostly shut. The narrow side yard was a strip of uneven paving stones and more gravel running between the house and the fence. The siding of the house up close was dirtied with streaks from years of rain. A black cable ran along it at ankle height, zip-tied in places, disappearing around the corner toward the back. At the end of the path, the house opened into a small concrete patio. The kitchen door was in front of me, a simple door with a large inset pane of glass, the kind with a curtain for privacy. The curtain was drawn, but a warm yellow light glowed from behind it, soft and domestic, like any other kitchen in any other house at dinner time. For a second, that light soothed me. It was such a familiar color, the color of microwaves and stovetops and places where nothing truly bad was supposed to happen. Then I heard the sounds. They were faint, but in the stillness of that backyard, they might as well have been amplified. The scrape of a chair leg moving across a hard floor, the soft thump of a cupboard door being closed, and then, unmistakably, a cough. Low, rough, filtered through a couple of walls, and a drawn curtain, but undeniably a man's cough. I stood there on the little patio, hand halfway raised to knock on the glass, heart doing a slow nosedive. In my head, the Craigslist ad scrolled back past my eyes like a ticker tape. Female homeowner, 29. Works nights, prefers a female roommate for safety and peace of mind. Female homeowner. I stared at the yellow glow behind the curtain, the very ordinary glow of someone's kitchen light, and listened to the echo of that cough fade into the house. For the first time since I had pulled into the cul-de-sac, the thought unfolded fully in my mind, as clear and sharp as if someone else had spoken it out loud. Wait, I thought the owner was a woman. I stood there a few seconds longer than necessary, hand hovering in front of the glass, like it might knock on its own if I gave it time. The warm yellow light from inside flattened my reflection against the pane. Pale face, tired eyes, hair pulled back in a lazy knot. I looked like what I was, an overworked nurse who had convinced herself this was a good idea. I finally made myself move. My knuckles tapped the glass twice, polite little knocks that sounded too small against the door. The sound died quickly, absorbed by the house. I held my breath without meaning to, listening. For a moment, nothing. Then, footsteps. They were deliberate, the sound of bare or socked feet on a hard floor, not the soft thud of carpet. They came closer, rhythm steady, then stopped right on the other side of the door. There was a brief pause, the kind that feels long enough to imagine someone staring at you through the curtain, deciding what version of themselves to put on. Something metal scraped against something metal. It was that distinctive sliding clink of a chain being unhooked from a latch plate. A beat later, there was the solid mechanical sound of a deadbolt turning. The door opened a crack. A strip of warmer air rolled out around the edge, bringing with it a faint mix of smells. Old coffee, something fried recently, the slightly sour tang of a house that has not been aired out enough. An eye peered through the gap. Then, apparently satisfied, the door swung open fully. I found myself face to face with a man who was absolutely not the Maddie from the email. He looked mid-40s, maybe older, if you took into account the way his skin had that grayish undertone of someone who lives on cigarettes and convenience food. His hair was greasy, dark brown with threads of gray, pushed back in a way that suggested it had dried that way on its own. A few days' worth of stubble covered his cheeks and jaw, patchy in places. He wore a gray t-shirt with a faded college sports logo I did not recognize, and a pair of dark sweatpants that had lost the battle with their elastic years ago. His eyes were what caught me, though. Bloodshot around the edges, like he never really slept in one stretch, but alert, sharp. They flicked over me in one quick sweep. Face, shoulders, bag in my hand, shoes. And then he smiled. It was too fast. Switch flipped fast. 1 second his face was neutral, almost assessing. The next, his mouth pulled wide, teeth showing, laugh lines appearing like they had been drawn on all at once. "You must be Lauren," he said. His voice was rough, a little too loud for the small patio. There was a friendliness to it, or the performance of friendliness. But something about the way the words landed made my shoulders stiffen. "I'm Matt," he went on, like we were picking up in the middle of a conversation. "Come on in. Maddie's running late. She got called into her shift early. She asked me to show you around." For a second, my brain snagged on the name switch like it had caught on a nail. Maddie. Matt. Same first letter, same rhythm. One a nickname for the other, if you wanted it to be. Or not. I heard myself say, "Hi." Heard myself smile back automatically. The way you do when a stranger opens a door and acts like they've been expecting you. I stepped forward because that is what you do when someone invites you in, and stepping backward would have made the moment too strange to recover from. As I moved past him, the words rearranged themselves in my head. "I'm Matt. Maddie's," what had he said? Cousin? Friend? "You own the house?" I managed, keeping my tone light, curious. I clung to the word he had just used, like it was a life raft. He stepped aside, letting me pass into the kitchen. "Yeah," he said easily. "It's my place. Maddie's my little cousin. She rents the room." Or, he hesitated for half a breath, barely enough to register. "Friend of the family." "I just say cousin. It's easier. She's at work already. Night shift, like you." Little cousin. Friend. The story wobbled in his hands for a second before he caught it. The kitchen behind him was all wrong for a house that supposedly had a woman living in it full time. That is going to sound sexist, but I do not care. It was not about decor. It was about absence. There were no magnets on the fridge, no takeout menus, no appointment cards, no kid drawings, no dumb souvenir bottle opener shaped like a state. The stainless steel surface reflected the overhead light and my own shape, nothing else. The countertops were mostly bare. No dish rack, no fruit bowl, no line of mismatched mugs. One corner held a coffee maker that looked like it had not been used in months, dusty around the water reservoir. The sink was empty, bone dry. No sponge, no dish rag, no faint ring from a recently rinsed glass. There were no towels hanging from the oven handle, no rugs on the floor. The cabinets were closed, and the gaps between them were clean, like no one ever reached up to grab something from them in a hurry. The only light on was the fixture directly above the small kitchen island, casting everything in a narrow cone of yellow. Beyond the doorway, into what I assumed was the dining or living room, The rest of the house was a deeper darkness, more suggestion than space. I stepped all the way in, the soles of my shoes squeaking faintly on the laminate. Behind me, the door closed with a solid, final-sounding thud. The sound reverberated through the quiet space, a brief, hollow echo that made something in my chest tighten. Then I heard the deadbolt. If you have ever lived in an apartment, you know the particular click-clunk of a deadbolt being turned from the inside. It is a sound you hear all the time without thinking about it. This one felt louder in the still kitchen, a firm, sliding chichke that landed with weight. A half-second later came the faint metallic slide of a chain crossing its track and dropping into place. He was not just closing the door behind a guest. He was sealing it. I told myself that was normal. People in quiet, safe neighborhoods are weirdly vigilant about locking doors. You get used to safety, and then you still double bolt everything because you have read one too many neighborhood watch emails. It was fine. It had to be fine because I was already inside. Matt moved past me toward the inner doorway, gesturing with a little sweep of his hand like a budget game show host. "It's not much to look at right now," he said. "Been moving some furniture around. But the room's nice. Bathroom's clean. That's what matters, right?" His voice echoed off the bare walls more than it should have. Without couches or curtains or rugs to absorb sound, every word felt a little too sharp, a little too present. I forced myself to breathe normally, to look around like a potential tenant, not a cornered animal. That was when my eyes snagged on the counter to my left. There, half under the edge of a closed cupboard door, were a few sheets of paper spread out, plain white, printer ink. The top one was facing me, and even from a couple of feet away, the layout was familiar. A bolded headline, a block of smaller text, a line of contact information at the bottom. It was the Craigslist ad. The same words I had read on my laptop screen in the dim light of my coworker's kitchen now sat there in black and white on his counter. Quiet room for female. Private bath. Safe neighborhood. The title was centered at the top of the page, slightly cut off where the printout had been misaligned. Beneath that page, slightly askew, were 2 or 3 other printouts. I could see the edges of paragraphs, snippets of sentences, the blurred lines of email headers. One of them had a name highlighted in yellow, Kayla, it looked like, or Kara. Another had a sentence underlined. "I'm a nursing student, work late, but I'm quiet." He followed my gaze, and in one smooth motion that was probably meant to look casual, slid his hand over the stack and flipped the top page over, covering the rest. His fingers pressed down a little too hard, flattening the corner. "Just keeping track of replies," he said, almost offhand. "You wouldn't believe how many weirdos answer these things." He smiled again when he said it, but this time the smile did not reach his eyes at all. A weird little chill ran up my spine that had nothing to do with the actual temperature in the room. I knew how many weirdos answer those things. The question that suddenly mattered was, which one of us did he think was the weirdo? In that moment, with the door locked behind me and the house yawning open and empty ahead, I understood something that did not fully form into words until later. I was not the only one who had answered this ad, and I was almost certainly not the first person who had walked through that door. Matt moved first, like he assumed I would follow. Maybe that is the trick with people like him. They act like everything is normal, so confidently that you feel rude for questioning it. He led me out of the square of light in the kitchen and into a short hallway. My shoes clicked softly on the floor, the sound echoing just enough to remind me there was nothing here to swallow it. The walls were a neutral off-white that probably had a nice name on a paint chip once. Up close, I could see faint outlines where framed pictures had hung, little clean rectangles surrounded by a subtle halo of grime. We stepped into what should have been the living room, and the first thought that went through my head was not, "This is creepy," but "This is wrong." There was no TV, no couch, no coffee table, no throw rug, no bookcase, no lamp in a corner, casting that warm, lived-in glow. The ceiling fixture was off, and Matt did not bother to flip the switch. The only illumination spilled in from the kitchen behind us in a soft wedge, stopping just short of the opposite wall and leaving the far corners in a dull gray. Bare outlets dotted the walls, plastic faces with nothing plugged into them. Here and there, scuff marks on the hardwood floor showed where furniture once sat. A darker rectangle hinted at a rug that had lived there for years. It felt less like a house in use and more like a rental property between tenants, except no one had come to clean up the ghost impressions of the last life. My footsteps sounded different in that room. On the laminate of the kitchen, they had been a flat squeak. On the hardwood, they made a faint, hollow tap. Each one answered back softly by the room itself. It was the kind of sound you hear in vacant apartments, in echoing hospital corridors at 3 a.m, when all the visitors are gone and the only people left are the ones paid to be there. Somewhere deeper in the house, unseen, something mechanical kicked on. A low whump, and then a rising hum as the furnace started its cycle. The vents scattered around the floor, and under the windows rattled with a thin metallic buzz as air pushed through them. For a heartbeat, it sounded like something breathing just under the floorboards. Matt laughed a little, the sound bouncing oddly. "Like I said in the email," he said, even though he had not said any of this in the email. "I'm kind of in the middle of fixing the place up. Had to move some furniture to storage, get rid of some stuff. You know how it is." He did not look at me as he said it. His eyes tracked along the walls, like he was seeing the room the way it used to be, or the way he wanted me to imagine it had been. His hand waved in a loose circle, as if conjuring invisible sofas and end tables. "Just waiting on a new sofa," he added. "Back ordered. Everything's back ordered now. Supply chain." He said supply chain, like it was a spell that excused any weirdness. "Utilities are included, by the way. Electric, water, heat. Just easier that way. One bill, you know." "Easier for who?" I wanted to ask. Instead, I nodded, the automatic reaction of a renter taught to be grateful for any scrap of generosity. "That's nice," I said. My voice sounded small in the empty space. My eyes kept moving, inventorying without my permission. No shoes near the front of the room, where an entryway might be. No jackets draped over a chair. No keys tossed on a hook. No stack of unopened mail. The thermostat on the wall near the hallway read 68 degrees, but the air felt warmer than that. A slightly stale warmth that told me someone had been in this house all day with the windows closed. "We're both gone a lot," he continued, already walking toward another doorway, talking fast enough to fill every second. "Me with my stuff, Maddie with her shifts. House stays quiet. You said you sleep during the day, right? Perfect for that. No kids, no traffic noise. It's dead out here sometimes." The word "dead" landed between us and just stayed there. He flicked a light switch with 2 fingers as we passed into the hallway, and a single bulb sputtered to life overhead, casting a hard cone downward. He seemed almost annoyed at the light, like it was an unnecessary luxury. When we moved past it, he reached back and turned it off again, plunging the space behind us into shadow. We passed a closed door on the right, what I would later learn was Maddie's room, and he did not touch the knob, just kept going, talking, always a step ahead of me. The first door he did open led into what he called the spare room. He hit the switch in there too, and the bare overhead bulb came on instantly with a dry click. The room was almost painfully plain. Beige carpet, the kind that feels like low-grade sandpaper under bare feet. White walls with no nail holes, no marks, no outlines of anything ever hung there. A single closet with sliding doors a shade off from the rest of the room, one handle slightly crooked. The bulb cast a harsh circle, flattening everything and leaving the corners in a faint vignette of gray. "This is a little smaller," he said. "Storage, maybe, unless you've got someone who's going to move in with you later." He laughed again, this time a little softer. "Kidding." I stepped just inside, because that is what you do when someone shows you a room. You step in, you say, "Oh, this is nice." You pretend you can see your life there. My shoes sank a fraction of an inch into the carpet, making a muffled crunch where old dirt had settled into the fibers. I turned in a slow circle, trying to picture a bed, a dresser, a laundry basket in the corner. It felt like trying to imagine blood flowing through a mannequin. I retreated back into the hallway, and as soon as I crossed the threshold, Matt reached in and snapped the light off without looking. The room vanished into blackness, like it had not been there at all. "Bathroom's down here," he said, already moving. The bathroom was the cleanest part of the house, too clean. White tile on the floor, and halfway up the walls, grout lines neat. A standard tub shower combo with a plain, thin curtain drawn halfway. A vanity with a laminate countertop and a single sink. Over it, a mirror with harsh Hollywood bulb strips that were turned off. He reached in and flicked a smaller sconce instead, a softer light illuminating the sink. "No one really uses this one," he said, "so it'll be all yours." There was no toothbrush on the counter, no toothpaste, no cups, no hairbrush, no stray hair in the sink. The chrome faucet was spotless. The soap dish in the corner was empty, a faint ring marking where a bar might have once sat long ago. The towel rack was bare. The cabinet under the sink was closed. I did not open it. I stepped onto the cool tile and looked around, my eyes catching on the details my job had trained me to see. No bottles in the shower, no shower caddy hanging over the nozzle. The drain had no ring of soap scum, no evidence of recent use. It did not look like a bathroom that was not used often. It looked like a bathroom that had been scrubbed for a showing and then left untouched. For a nurse, that's like... Matt shrugged. Heaven, right? Your own bathroom. No roommates clogging the drain with hair. No fighting over mirror time. "Yeah," I heard myself say. "It's... nice." The word felt wrong in my mouth. He did the same thing as before when we stepped back into the hall. Hand to the switch. Light off. Door half closed. Always sealing spaces as soon as they were vacant, as if he did not like them being exposed to air longer than necessary. We stood there for a moment in the narrow strip of illumination from the one remaining hallway light. The furnace hummed beneath us, steady and low, like a distant generator. The air felt warmer here, heavier. The smell of the place, a mix of dust, something faintly metallic, and the lingering scent of whatever cleaning products had been used in that bathroom sat on the back of my tongue. "This would be your end of the house," he said. "Bedroom, bathroom, lots of privacy." He said privacy like a salesman pulling out a final trick. "Maddie's barely ever here. I'm in and out. You'd practically have the place to yourself." There was a part of me that wanted to be sold on it. A larger part cataloged every absence, every oddity, and filed them away under weird. My internal monologue, which usually chattered away in commentary on everything, had gone curiously distant, like it was watching from the far end of a hallway and taking notes. "This is weird," it murmured. "No TV, no couch, no mess, no shoes, no jackets, no toothbrush, no proof that anyone actually lives here. You see plenty of weird." The practical side argued back. "You work night shift. People have strange habits. Maybe he just moved furniture. Maybe he's a minimalist. Maybe Maddie is a neat freak. Maybe this is what between tenants looks like, and you're overreacting because you're used to houses full of noise and bodies and tubes." I thought about the thermostat in the living room. I had glanced at it without fully registering it. Now I remembered the number. 68. Not freezing, not warm, but my skin prickled like I was standing too close to a space heater. Houses that are truly empty feel cold, like the walls themselves are cooling down without human bodies to heat them. This one felt occupied, just not in the way it was supposed to be. Matt clapped his hands together once, the sound sharp in the narrow corridor. "All right," he said, a strange brightness in his tone. "You've seen the boring stuff. Now for the part that usually sells people." He turned toward the short stretch of hallway that led back to the kitchen, and beyond that, the living room again. His shoulders shifted, a little roll like he was preparing for a reveal. As we walked, he reached back and flicked off the last hallway light. Behind us, one by one, the rooms disappeared into darkness. Ahead of us, something waited that he was very sure I would be interested in. I told myself again that this was just a tour, just a house, just part of the script people follow when they are trying to rent out a room. But with each empty, lifeless space he showed me, it felt less like I was walking through someone's home and more like I was being led through the set of one, waiting for someone to shout action and turn this hollow shell into whatever scene they had rehearsed here before. On our way back toward the living room, he slowed down in front of one particular door in the hallway. The others he had moved past without a thought, flicking lights on and off like a nervous habit. This one he acknowledged differently, like it had a weight the others did not. There was a small padlock hanging from the knob. Not locked, just there. A silver body with a curved shackle resting through the hole in the latch, dangling like an earring. It was the kind of lock you might use on a gym locker or a backyard shed, not on a bedroom inside your own house. He put his hand on the knob, fingers curling around it like he was going to turn it, then seemed to think better of it. His hand slid up and brushed the padlock instead, making it clink softly against the metal of the latch. The sound was too intimate in the narrow hallway. "This is Maddie's room," he said. There was a tiny, almost imperceptible pause before he said her name, like he had to remember which version of the story he was telling. "I'd rather not go in there without her. You know how women are about their privacy." The way he said "women" made my skin prickle. It dragged the word out just a fraction too long. weighted it with something that had nothing to do with respect and everything to do with annoyance. He did not mean it like, you know how women value their space. He meant it like, you know how women are a hassle. I looked at the door while he spoke. There was a thin gap between the bottom of it and the floor, just like the other rooms. No light leaked through. Whatever was on the other side was dark, unlit. If Maddie was real, she was not in there. Or she was, and she did not need lights. At about waist height on the doorframe, there were a few faint scuff marks, little crescent-shaped chips in the paint, the wood beneath showing through. They were too high up to be from shoes, and too oddly placed to be from moving furniture. They looked more like the spots where something metal had hit, over and over at the same level. A key ring swinging, maybe, or a lock being snapped against it. I tried to imagine a woman living behind that door, getting ready for night shifts, brushing her teeth in that spotless bathroom, going in and out with a little padlock swinging from her doorknob like jewelry. The image did not stick, it slid right off. He took his hand away from the knob and moved on, and I followed, because that is what I had been doing since I walked in. We looped back toward the living room, that hollow box of a space I had first stepped into from the kitchen. From here, I could see the outline of the front door across the room, framed by plain walls and a narrow strip of trim. "If you want to check the front view," he said, gesturing vaguely toward the window. "It's pretty quiet out there. Not much traffic. Good for sleeping. Good for not being seen," some other part of me thought. I walked over to the front window. The blinds were closed, cheap plastic slats that had seen better days. A couple of them were bent. One cracked right through the middle. I slid 2 fingers under the bottom slat and lifted just enough to see. Outside, the cul-de-sac sat exactly where I had left it. My car was on the curb, a slightly dull red in the streetlight's glare. The circle of pavement held one other parked car, a silver SUV in a driveway, its hood catching the light. The houses around the loop were still, their windows mostly dark except for the occasional blue flicker of a television. From this angle, I could see the front door from the inside too. It was a little to my left, just in the edge of my vision when I looked out at the street. The metal bar I had glimpsed through the decorative glass earlier was no longer just a shape. It was a solid, horizontal beam, maybe 3 inches thick, stretching across the middle of the door. Each end sat snugly in a bracket screwed into the wall. The screws themselves were bright silver, newer than the surrounding hardware. There were 4 on each side, sunk deep, the plaster around them slightly cracked from the pressure. The deadbolt sat above the bar, solid and engaged. Below it, a second lock, then the doorknob, then another little slide lock near the bottom. If you wanted to get out that way, you would have to disengage the slide, turn the knob, flip the lower lock, turn the deadbolt, and somehow also lift that bar out of its brackets without hitting yourself in the chest with it. If you were panicking, good luck. My throat went dry. From the outside, it had been a strange detail. From here, looking at it straight on, it felt like something deliberate. Not a fix, a decision. I had one of those small, unbidden flashes then, the kind that hit you with no sound. Me, sprinting across this room. Matt's footsteps behind me, fingers scrambling at cold metal, realizing too late that the door was more wall than exit. As I stared, lost in that little nightmare, a pair of headlights swung into view to my right. A car was turning into the cul-de-sac. Its beams swept across the asphalt, across my parked Civic, across the front of the house. The light knifed through the narrow space between the blind slats and the window, painting the bare living room walls in moving stripes of white. For a brief, disorienting second, the reflection on the glass layered over what I was seeing outside, giving me a doubled view of the room. In that ghosted layer, I thought I saw a shape in the hallway behind me. A tall, dark silhouette, head and shoulders, standing just out of reach of the kitchen light, watching. My heart lurched. I spun around, the slat of the blind snapping back into place with a plasticky rattle. The hallway was empty. The stretch of wall was just off-white paint. The doorway to the kitchen showed Matt, mid-shift, sliding his hands into the pockets of his sweatpants, like he had been adjusting his stance, not lurking. His eyebrows went up a fraction at my sudden turn. "You okay?" he asked, voice casual. "Yeah," I said too quickly, because what else was I going to say? "I thought I saw you as a shadow pretending to be a person." The car outside finished its slow loop and drove back out of the cul-de-sac, the sound of its engine fading into the general quiet. For a second, the only noise in the house was the low, constant breath of the furnace through the vents. I turned back toward the window, fingers automatically finding the blind cord and letting the slat drop fully. The outside view vanished. The room folded in on itself. "Why is the front door like that?" I asked, keeping my tone as light as I could. I nodded toward the barricade, as if I were just idly curious. "With the bar and all." He followed my gaze and shrugged, rolling his shoulders as if the question was barely worth the energy. "Had some break-ins a while back," he said. "Not here, but in the neighborhood. Lock got damaged, and I didn't feel like dealing with a whole new door. Easier to just use the side and the kitchen. No one really uses the front door anymore. Just delivery guys, and I tell them to go around." He said it all in one breath, the way people do when they are laying down a line they have rehearsed. His eyes did not leave my face while he talked, like he was trying to see if I would swallow it whole or cough on a piece of it. "Got it," I said, forcing a small laugh. "My parents still have one of those chain bars on their door. Overkill, but you know." I did not know. Not like this. He smiled, quick and shallow, then let his gaze slide past me to the rest of the room, as if the conversation were already over. In my head, the panic meter I pretended I did not have nudged itself up another notch. It did the quiet math my mouth did not want to speak. If something happened, I could not just bolt for the door I saw from the street. That route was blocked, by design. My only clear way out of this house was the kitchen door I had come through. To get to it, I would have to go back through the narrow hallway, past the basement door, past him. I pictured that path for a second, the tight squeeze of the corridor, the way his body filled it when he stood still, the swing of the basement door that opened outward. It was not a route, it was a funnel. He clapped his hands once, abruptly, the sound cracking through the empty room like somebody had fired a starter pistol. I jumped, just enough that my shoulders jerked. "You haven't even seen the best part yet," he said, cheerful again, as if we were in a showroom and he was about to unveil a feature I would be stupid to pass up. He turned toward the hallway that led back to the center of the house, where the basement door waited, and started walking. And like an idiot, heart hammering and brain screaming in 2 different languages, I followed. The best part turned out to be exactly where you already know it is. The basement door sat in a narrow stretch of hallway that connected the living room to the kitchen, a little choke point between the front of the house and the back. I had walked past it already without really noticing, just another closed door in a house full of closed doors. Now, it was suddenly the main attraction. Matt moved ahead of me with a kind of eager energy I had not seen yet, like a host saving dessert for last. He stopped in front of the door and put his hand on the knob, glancing back over his shoulder with that quick, pasted-on smile. "I just finished this," he said. "It's going to be a great space. You'll like it." He turned the knob and pulled. The door swung outward into the hallway, not inward into the basement, like I had instinctively expected. It opened wide and flat, slicing the already narrow passage in two and creating a solid wooden barrier between me and the kitchen exit. If I wanted to get back to the side door now, I would have to either close the basement door again myself or squeeze around it, pinning myself between the door and the wall. Cold air rolled up from the darkness below, carrying with it the smell of damp concrete and dust. It was a different temperature than the rest of the house, a small pocket of unfinished earth breathing into the manufactured warmth above. He stepped aside, gesturing toward the open rectangle. "Go ahead," he said. "Switch is at the bottom. I still gotta move it up here." I moved closer to the doorway until I was standing at the top of the stairs. The edge of the threshold met my toes. Beyond it, the stairs disappeared into shadow. No light was on below. He did not flip any switch at the top. The only illumination seeped in from behind me, from the kitchen, from the faint spill of the living room, just enough to outline the first few steps in a murky gray gradient. The stairs themselves were old wood, the kind that had been painted a few times over the years, but was now worn down along the center of each tread. The edges rounded slightly from decades of footsteps. Each step had a faint line where dirt had collected, a darker stripe close to the riser. I stared down, letting my eyes adjust, trying to see farther. The darkness thickened past the halfway point, buzzing around the edges with imagined shapes. Somewhere below, beyond the reach of my sight, there was the soft, intermittent sound of water. Drip, drip, drip. Each drop met what sounded like concrete, the impact hollow and a little echoing. It was so faint that I almost thought I was imagining it. But once I noticed it, I could not unhear it. Drip. A tiny pause. Drip. The kind of sound you could lose hours to in the middle of the night if it was in your own house, wondering where it was coming from. Behind me, close enough that I could feel the warmth of his body, Matt stayed at the hinge side of the door, one hand still on the knob. The other hung loose at his side. His voice came a little too near my ear. "Switch is at the bottom," he repeated. "Go ahead. I'll be right behind you." The hair on the back of my neck prickled. There was something about the way he said, "right behind you," that laid itself over the image of me walking down those steps like plastic wrap. At that exact moment, the house decided to participate. Somewhere in the background, the furnace cycled off with a soft shudder and a falling hum. The constant low rush of air through the vents died away. The fridge, which had been buzzing quietly in the kitchen, clicked off as well. The sudden absence of those familiar sounds was almost worse than any new noise would have been. It was like the house had sucked in a breath and was holding it. In the silence, the soundscape narrowed to three things: my own breathing, a faint high-pitched buzzing, that might have been an old freezer or dehumidifier somewhere down in the dark, and that steady, indifferent drip, drip, drip. I lifted my right foot and hovered it over the first step. I cannot tell you exactly why I hesitated. I had walked down countless staircases in my life without thinking about them. But standing there, at the top of that narrow wooden throat leading into the belly of a house that did not feel like a home, something in me balked. An irrational thought hit me so suddenly, it felt like it came from outside my own head. There's something waiting for you halfway down. Not someone. Something. The feeling was very specific. Not a hand grabbing my ankle. Not a board breaking. Just a sense that the space between the third and fourth steps was not empty. My eyes strained into the darkness, trying to pierce it. The faint light from behind me leaked down just enough to pick up edges, highlights on the leading edge of each tread. And there, maybe halfway down, maybe a little lower, I thought I saw a broken line across the staircase. A slightly darker band slicing horizontally across the gray gradient. I squinted, leaning forward a fraction, my suspended foot dipping just enough that the toe of my shoe lowered toward the step, closer to whatever that darker line might be. That was when I felt it. The barest brush of resistance against the front of my shin. Not a sharp tug, not a full stop. Just the whisper of something taut and thin kissing the fabric of my jeans and then flexing away. It was so faint that for a second I almost convinced myself it was nothing. A wrinkle in my own pants, a draft, a fired nerve. But my body reacted before my brain could rationalize it. My stomach dropped. My heart kicked. My arms tensed to reach for the wall. I pulled my foot back without putting any weight down, heel returning to the safety of the threshold. Behind me, I heard Matt shift his weight slightly, the floorboard under him giving a soft complaint. "You all right?" he asked. The casualness in his tone sounded rehearsed. I opened my mouth, not even sure what I was going to say. That was when my phone went off. The vibration in my jacket pocket was so sudden and so loud in the manufactured silence that it might as well have been a gunshot. The cheap plastic of the case rattled against the fabric, a harsh, buzzing growl at my hip. I jolted, whole body jerking, one hand flying to my pocket like I had been stung. I heard him chuckle behind me, a low, amused sound. "Jumping at your own phone," he said. "You nurses really are on edge, huh?" I did not answer. My fingers dug into my pocket and fished out the phone, my hands shaking enough that I almost dropped it. The screen lit up my face and the top few steps in front of me with that cold, bluish light, pushing the darkness back a little. There was a text notification at the top of the screen. From my sister. "You alive? My crime podcast says no one should answer Craigslist alone." If I had been in any other mood, I would have laughed. It was exactly the message I had almost sent her before I got out of the car, the joke I had decided not to make. Now, here it was from her, unprompted, landing like a warning flung across distance at the last possible second. The light from my screen spilled out beyond my hands, washing down the stairs more than the ambient kitchen glow had. My eyes, which had already adjusted enough to see shapes, now drank in more detail. That darker band I thought I had seen halfway down resolved itself into something real. It was a line, a very thin, almost invisible cord stretched across one of the lower steps, a few inches above where my foot would have landed if I had taken a real step. It cut across the width of the staircase, anchored to the wall on one side and disappearing into the shadows on the other. In the phone's glow, I could see it clearly now. Translucent, with a faint plastic sheen. Nylon or fishing line. Something strong enough to hold tension, fine enough to vanish in the dark. The step directly below it showed a tiny nick on the edge where the cord had rubbed, just enough to catch the light. I stared at it, my brain doing the physics, automatically. Foot commits to the first step. Weight shifts forward. Shin catches the cord. Momentum does the rest. I tilted the phone slightly, tracking the line with the beam of light. It dipped a little in the middle, quivering almost imperceptibly, like it had been touched recently. Like a spider web after a fly brushes it. Behind me, close enough that I could feel his breath at the edge of my hair, Matt leaned in a fraction. "See?" he said. "Big space. Once I get it all finished, you could put a TV down there, maybe a couch." His words washed over me, meaningless. All I could see was the line and the dark floor at the bottom of the stairs, just beyond the reach of my phone's light. It was not a finished basement. There was no rec room waiting. There was only a prepared fall. I knew, in that moment with a clarity that made my skin go cold, that whatever was waiting at the bottom of those stairs was not a treadmill or a storage shelf or a pile of moving boxes. Someone had taken the time to stretch that cord across the steps at exactly the height where a shin would catch. Someone had chosen the material, tied it off, tested it. Someone had stood where I was standing now and imagined the forward pitch of a falling body. The best part, he had called it. I lowered my foot back onto solid floor and took one small step backward, away from the open mouth of the staircase. My phone trembled slightly in my hand. The text from my sister still glowing on the screen like a punchline to a joke I did not want to understand. "You alive?" I intended to be. For a second, all I could hear was my own pulse pounding in my ears and the faint, lazy drip of water somewhere below my feet. The line across the stairs vibrated once more, as if it were breathing. I did not make a conscious plan. There was no moment where I thought, okay, now I will execute this clever strategy. My hand just tightened around my phone, turned slightly, and brought it up toward my ear like it had done 1,000 times before in hospital hallways. I hit the side button to wake the screen, then flicked the volume all the way down with my thumb, so fast I nearly dropped it. The text from my sister still glowed at me. "You alive?" My crime podcast says no one should answer Craigslist alone. It would have been funny if my mouth did not feel completely dry. I pressed the darkened phone to my ear anyway. "Hey," I said, loud enough to cut through the silence, putting as much normal irritation and surprise into my voice as I could. "Yeah, you're here? Already?" The words came out hoarse at first, like I had to clear them past something stuck in my throat. I forced myself to breathe in through my nose, slow, to steady the tremble. "Okay," I went on, stepping backward another inch, away from the open stairwell. "I'll come out and let you in. Just wait by the driveway." Matt's reaction was immediate and flickered across his face before he could stop it. Confusion pulled his features tight. Creased brow, slight squint. But then he smoothed it away, like wiping condensation off glass. His hand on the doorknob loosened. The basement door drifted a few inches toward closed, but he did not shut it fully. "Somebody here?" he asked, voice pitched casual, interested. I did not look at him. I kept my eyes on the hallway ahead, like there was something very specific and very real waiting at the end of it. "Oh, I see you," I said into the dead phone. Yeah, I see your car. Just hang on." I turned away from the stairs, feeling the cool air from below lick at the backs of my calves one last time as I stepped out of its reach. The door sat half open, a slice of darkness to my left, the faint tension line inside of it now invisible again in the shadow. To get down the hall, I had to pass close to him, too close. The space between his shoulder and the opposite wall was narrow, barely wide enough for one person. I angled myself sideways, shoulders turning, bag pressed tighter against my hip. As I slid past, the smell hit me fully. Stale sweat, the sour tang of fabric that has been worn too many days in a row, a ghost of cigarette smoke clinging to hair and skin, and something underneath all of that. Something faintly sweet and rotten, like fruit forgotten in the back of a cupboard. It was the smell of a body that lived in confined spaces, windows shut, air thick. For a stupid, horrible moment, every muscle in my back tensed in anticipation of a hand landing there, fingers closing, grip tightening. Nothing touched me. Instead, as I edged by, the floorboard under my left foot gave a long, complaining creak. The sound seemed to ricochet down the hallway, louder than it had any right to be. The house, which had only just gone quiet, answered with another noise. Somewhere deeper in its guts, a pipe popped as the furnace restarted. The heater kicked back on with a hollow whump, air rushing back into the vents. I flinched, my shoulder bumping the wall. Matt let out a short laugh behind me, a dry little huff. "Place has a personality," he said. "You get used to the noises." I pretended I did not hear him. I pressed the phone tighter to my ear and kept walking. "Yeah, I'll come through the garage," I said into the deadline, pitching my voice a little louder, a little more performative, as if whoever was on the other side could not hear me over some imaginary traffic. "Hold on, just stay by the driveway." The words were for him as much as for the non-existent person on the call. Garage, driveway, someone else. I needed him to picture another car out there, another pair of eyes. There is a trick you learn on night shift when families are freaking out, and you need to calm them down without promising things you cannot deliver. You narrate. You keep talking. You describe exactly what you are doing, so they have to follow your voice instead of their panic. I turned that trick on myself. "Yeah, my sister's here," I went on, letting the lie grow branches. "She wanted to check out the place too." No, the neighborhood looks nice." I could hear my own words layering over the truth in my chest, like gauze over a wound. The cul-de-sac did not look nice, not anymore. It looked like a mouth. We reached the kitchen again, the cone of yellow light spilling down from the overhead fixture, throwing harsh highlights on the edges of the cabinets. The side door I had come through was a few feet away, its glass inset still softly glowing from the porch light outside. For a heartbeat, that path tugged at me, the straight shot out, the way I had come in. But going directly there would mean admitting to both of us that I was leaving. It would mean confessing with my body language what my voice was still trying to disguise as a casual detour. So I didn't aim for the kitchen door. Instead, I veered right. The door to the garage was next to a narrow pantry, a plain slab with a simple knob and no decorative glass. It looked like something you were not supposed to pay attention to, which made me very aware of it. I felt his eyes on me as I changed course. "Your sister's here?" he asked, a note in his voice I did not like, curiosity with something sharp under it. "She didn't want to come in." I put my hand on the garage doorknob, forcing my fingers not to tremble. She just got off work. I lied smoothly. Muscle memory from 100 white lies to patients' families sliding into place. She's tired. I told her I'd come get her if it looked good. She can't leave the car. It's double parked. None of that made any logistical sense in a cul-de-sac with plenty of curb space. But if I said it with enough confidence and kept moving, maybe the words themselves wouldn't matter as much as the fact that there was, supposedly, another person anchored just beyond his walls. Behind me, his silence stretched for half a beat too long. The furnace hummed in my ears. The fridge in the kitchen kicked back on with a low buzz. The house went back to its previous noisy equilibrium, but every sound felt newly suspect. My thumb found the lock on the garage door by accident. It was already set to open. I twisted the knob. It turned easily, with none of the resistance of the front door. The latch clicked back quietly. I pushed, and the door swung inward on smooth hinges, revealing a dim, rectangular space beyond. I stepped through without looking back, the phone still pressed to my ear, my mouth still moving. "Yeah," I said, to no one on the other end. "I'll be right there. I can see you." The air in the garage felt different the second I stepped through the door, like stepping into an unlit freezer that had not been turned on in years. Colder, yes, but also stiller. The smell shifted too, less of stale cooking and bodies, more of dust and oil and concrete. The only light came from a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling near the center of the space. It was on, but dim, as if someone had replaced it with the weakest bulb they could find. It painted everything in a sick, yellowish wash, leaving the corners murky and full of implied shapes. There was no car. The space where a car should have been was empty, just an oil-stained rectangle on the cement. Tire marks faded into two long parallel arcs leading to the closed garage door. The walls were unfinished drywall, seams taped but never painted, dotted with dark smudges where hands had brushed over the years. Along the left side, stacks of old boxes rose almost to shoulder height. Some were labeled in black marker: Exum Mass, Kitchen, Books. But most were blank, the cardboard soft and bulging slightly, lids not quite closed. A broken vacuum leaned against one stack, hose hanging like something limp and dead. To the right, a small workbench hugged the wall. It was nothing special, just a rough plank of wood on metal legs, but it looked like the only surface in the entire house that had seen regular use. A lamp with no shade sat on one corner, off. Beside it, a scatter of tools. A hammer, a pair of pliers, a utility knife with the blade half out, catching the bulb's dim light in a single mean glint. And there, almost too on the nose to be real, sat the little collection that made my stomach twist. A roll of gray duct tape, the edge ragged from recent tearing. A half-open bag of white zip ties spilling onto the wood like plastic ribs. And next to them, neatly coiled, was a length of thin, translucent cord. Even from a few feet away, I knew it was the same kind. Same faint plastic shine, same light-catching quality. The coil had kinks in it where it had been stretched and released. One end was frayed, as if it had been cut off something and then trimmed again. I did not let myself look at it for more than a second. If I stared, my brain would start building blueprints, connecting stairs and cords, and whatever waited at the bottom. I did not have time for that. I could analyze later. If I made it to later. My breathing sounded loud in my own ears, shallow and too fast. It felt like there was cotton in my chest, something muffling the air going in and out. The tiny bulb above buzzed faintly, the high, nagging sound old electronics make right before they die. It set my teeth on edge. Behind me, the door to the kitchen was still open a crack. A slice of warmer light edged the jamb. I did not turn to see if Matt had followed me. If he was standing there with his hand on the knob watching me, I could feel the house behind that door like a held breath. The garage door opener button sat on the wall to my left, a little gray rectangle at shoulder height. It looked incredibly ordinary. I walked toward it on rubbery legs, each step thudding softly on the concrete, echoing just enough that it sounded like there was more than one person moving. My hand hovered over the button for a second. The stories I had heard on night shift stacked themselves in my head like cards. Women grabbed in parking garages. Men dragged back through doors they had almost gotten out of. Open spaces that turned out to be cages. My thumb pressed down anyway. The response was immediate and violent. The motor above me roared to life with a grinding metallic snarl, so loud in the cold, still garage that it felt like the ceiling was collapsing. Chains clanked, gears engaged, and the whole door shuddered like something waking up angry. I jumped, heart slamming into my ribs. The sudden noise felt like a physical blow compared to the careful quiet inside the house. Somewhere behind the kitchen door, I knew that sound was crashing through Matt's carefully controlled environment too, rattling air vents and nails and studs. The garage door jerked, then began its slow ascent. Metal rattled against metal as the sections folded and rolled upward, the hinges complaining in a chorus of squeaks and groans. A long, horizontal strip of night appeared at the bottom, inches of darkness giving way to the cul-de-sac outside. "Yeah, hold on," I said into the dead phone, voice almost swallowed by the grinding. "Doors loud." I moved toward the opening as soon as there was enough space to consider it. The door was only halfway up, the bottom edge hovering at about chest height. But I was not going to stand there and wait for a graceful exit. Every second the motor ran felt like a flare thrown up over this house. Noise meant attention. Attention meant questions. Questions meant time I did not have. I ducked under the rising door, turning sideways as I went, feeling the rough underside of the metal panel brush the top of my head, then my hair. Tiny flecks of rust or old dust rained down onto my shoulders and hoodie. For a terrifying instant, a stupid part of my brain braced for the door to suddenly reverse and slam down, pinning me halfway like a trapped animal. It didn't. It kept going up, protesting the whole way. And then I was outside. The cold night air hit me like water. It was the same October air I had walked through 20 minutes earlier, but it felt entirely different now. Sharper, cleaner, full of sound. Crickets sang from the strip of overgrown grass beside the driveway. They're chirping a fast, frantic chorus. Somewhere down the street, a television leaked out muffled dialogue and canned laughter from behind a living room window that did not belong to this house. A dog barked twice, annoyed, then gave up. From the main road beyond the subdivision, the distant whoosh of a passing car floated in, familiar and unremarkable. For a moment, the sheer normality of it all made me want to laugh and scream at the same time. The world had not shifted. No one else's night had tilted sideways. It was just mine. I did not look back. Every instinct in me screamed to turn my head, to see if he had followed, if he was standing just inside the garage watching me walk away. But turning meant slowing down, meant risk. So I kept my eyes locked on my car and made my body move. I did not run. Running would have made noise, drawn eyes. Running might have tripped whatever impulse in him I did not want engaged. So I walked. A fast, almost clumsy power walk that made my calves ache and my ankles wobble, but at least kept me moving forward in something that looked like control. My keys felt suddenly huge and clumsy in my hand. I fumbled them out of my bag as I crossed the driveway, metal edges biting into my palm. For one horrible second, my fingers would not seem to remember which key belonged to the Civic. They all blurred together, the teeth just jagged shapes. "Come on," I whispered, whether to myself or the keys, I am not sure. The key fob button finally found my thumb. I pressed it, and the car chirped weakly at me, hazard lights blinking once. The sound was ridiculous in the open night, a toy-like beep in the middle of a thriller. I yanked the driver's side door open, slid in, and slammed it behind me. The thunk of it shutting felt like a wall dropping between me and the rest of the world. My hands moved automatically. Lock all doors, seatbelt, key in ignition. The lock snapped down with 4 dull clicks. The interior light dimmed and then died, plunging the inside of the car into shadows broken only by the faint glow of the dashboard. My breath fogged the inside of the windshield in quick bursts until the defroster caught up. The engine turned over on the first try, bless its old, stubborn heart. The Civic shuddered, then settled into its usual uneven idle. I put it in drive with more force than necessary, my foot pressing too hard on the brake as I did. Only then did I let myself glance in the rearview mirror. The garage door was still open, a square of weak, jaundiced light spilling out onto the driveway and a slice of the street. From this angle, the interior of the garage looked like a lit stage behind a raised curtain. Empty floor, stacked boxes, a hint of the workbench's edge catching the light. I could not see the kitchen door from here. I could not see if anyone was standing just inside the threshold, in that slice where light meets shadow. The darkness just beyond the pool of light seemed thicker than it should have been, like it was holding something back, or like it was watching. I tore my eyes away, released the brake, and let the car roll forward. The tires crunched softly over the cracked pavement as I pulled out of the cul-de-sac, the square of light from the garage shrinking in my mirror, then bending, then disappearing entirely as I turned the corner. By the time I reached the main road, my hands were still shaking so hard I had to grip the wheel at 10 and 2 just to keep them from sliding. The radio, which I had forgotten to turn down earlier, crackled to life with some late-night DJ's voice. I hit the power button, plunging the car into a familiar humming silence. Behind me, in a neat, quiet subdivision in Columbus, a garage door would eventually whine its way back down. A single bulb would click off. A house that no one truly lived in would settle back into its pose. And somewhere inside it, on a workbench, there was a coil of cord waiting to be cut to length again. I do not remember most of the drive away from that cul-de-sac, just fragments, stop signs that I rolled a little too slowly through, the glow of traffic lights smearing red and green on my windshield, my own white-knuckled hands on the steering wheel. My brain had dropped into that weird, clinical mode it sometimes finds in emergencies at work. Everything too sharp and too far away at the same time. I did not go home. The idea of pulling into my coworker's dark little parking lot and getting out of the car alone made my skin crawl. Instead, I took the first familiar turn toward the main retail strip and homed in on the brightest thing I could think of, the the Target parking lot. It sat there like a ship on an asphalt sea. Harsh floodlights blasting down on rows of cars, the red bullseye sign glowing like a fake moon. It was late enough that the lot was only half full, clusters of vehicles around the main entrance and long stretches of empty spaces nearer the edges. I pulled into one of those edge spots, away from everyone else but still under a light. The cone of illumination painted my hood in white, turning every bug splat into a dark little crater. I left the engine running, the Civic shuddering faintly around me. Noise seeped in through the closed windows, the constant, low chug of my own engine. Somewhere near the loading dock, the repeated beep, beep, beep of a truck backing up. A grocery cart rattling across the asphalt as an employee corralled strays into a row, the metal wheels hitting each crack with a sharp little thunk. A muffled blast of pop music every time the sliding entrance doors opened and closed. The normalcy of it was almost obscene. My hands were still shaking. I realized I was gripping the steering wheel so hard my fingers hurt, little crescents of pain where nails dug into skin. I forced them off, one by one, and reached for my phone. I called my sister first. It rang twice. "Hey," she answered. Casual, like she had not just sent me a prophetic meme about crime podcasts 20 minutes earlier. "You okay?" I opened my mouth and found that the laugh that came out was too high, too thin. "I am now," I said. "But you're not going to make fun of my Craigslist paranoia ever again." Something in my voice must have tipped her off, because she went quiet for a beat. "Lauren, what happened?" I did not give her details. Not yet. I told her quickly where I was, that I was in my car, that I needed to call 911 next. She swore softly under her breath, the way she does when she is trying not to panic on my behalf. "Call them," she said. "Do it now. I'll stay on the line until you hang up." The idea of calling 911 for something that had not actually happened gnawed at my pride. I could already hear the skepticism in some future voice. "So nothing did happen? You didn't fall? You weren't attacked?" Just a nurse with a vivid imagination and too many horror stories in her ears. I pushed the thought down and hit the 3 numbers anyway. The dispatcher's voice was calm, that practiced, pleasant flatness that belongs to people who have heard everything. She asked me where I was. I told her. She asked what was going on. I tried to explain without sounding insane. "I went to see a room from a Craigslist ad," I said, watching my own breath fog up the windshield in little bursts. It was supposed to be a female homeowner, a woman named Maddie. But when I got there, it was a man. The house was basically empty. He said he was renovating. The front door is barricaded from the inside, and there was a line across the basement stairs. I stumbled through it. The fake female name, the empty rooms, the padlocked Maddie's room, the barred front door, the basement door that opened outward, the cold air, the cord at shin level. I kept waiting for the dispatcher to cut in, to ask if maybe I was overreacting, if I had had anything to drink. Instead, she let me talk. When I was done, there was a brief pause, then the sound of keys clicking in the background. "Okay, Lauren," she said. "You did the right thing leaving. Are you safe where you are now?" "Yes," I said. "Target parking lot. Lots of lights. People around." "Good," she said. "Stay in your car. I'm going to send a patrol unit to the address you gave me and another car to meet you nearby, so you can give a statement in person. Do you feel comfortable waiting in your vehicle?" I let out a breath. I did not realize I had been holding. "Yeah," I said, "I can do that." She stayed with me until the officer called her on their end to say they were close. I gave my sister a quick, shaky update. "They're sending someone. I'll call you back." And then I sat there under the floodlights, listening to my engine idle and a cart's rattling wheel, until a cruiser rolled slowly into view near the edge of the lot. The officer who took my initial statement was younger than me, which did not help my sense of fragile authority. He stood outside my open window, pen in hand, notebook ready, his breath making little clouds in the chilly air. He was polite, but there was a tightness around his eyes that said he was already trying to categorize me. Credible, hysterical, wasting his time. I walked him through it again. The ad, the emails from Maddie, the switched name, Matt, the empty house, the basement, the cord. When I mentioned the coil of line and the zip ties on the workbench in the garage, something in his posture shifted almost imperceptibly. His pen, which had been moving in quick, short bursts, slowed down. He wrote that part carefully. "Okay," he said finally. "We've got units heading to the address. We'll check it out. You're sure you don't want to go to a station? Have someone come pick you up?" "I'd rather go home," I said, and realized my voice sounded exhausted, even to me. "I have to work tonight." He gave me a look that said he thought that was insane, but he nodded. "We'll have a detective follow up with you," he said. "If you get any more contact from this Maddie address, don't respond. Just save it. All right?" All right. Later that night, after a half shift where my body went through the motions while my brain replayed the staircase, a detective did call. Then the next day, he asked to meet in person. We sat in a little interview room that, depressingly, smelled exactly like the break room at the hospital: coffee and antibacterial wipes. He was older, grayer, and had the kind of face that looks like it has heard more than it cares to repeat. He flipped through a thin folder with my name on it, then looked up. "You've had some night," he said. "That's one way to put it." He walked me through the whole thing again, probing details, going back on certain points. His questions were methodical, not disbelieving. He circled around the basement like it was a bad tooth he was testing for pain. When he finally started talking about what they had found, his tone changed. It went from procedural to something heavier. "The house," he said, "is in pre-foreclosure. Bank's got a lien. Utilities partially shut off. Power's still on for now, but not for long. Water's inconsistent." "Who owns it?" I asked. He flipped a page. "Mortgage is in the name of a couple who moved out about 8 months ago. They're in another state now. There's no record of any Maddie on the deed or any utility bills. No leases filed. Nothing." "What about him?" I asked. "Matt?" He pursed his lips. "We had an officer canvass. Neighbors say they've seen a man matching your description coming and going. Sometimes late at night, sometimes during the day. No one seems to know his last name. He's not supposed to be there, but with the foreclosure limbo, it's a gray area. Squatters happen." Squatters. Like he was just someone sleeping in an abandoned house to stay warm. "And the basement?" I asked. That was when his eyes did something new. They flattened a little, his focus sharpening. He set the folder down, folded his hands on top of it. "In the basement," he said, "we found the nylon cord you described on the stairs, tied off to a nail on one side, looped around a pipe mount on the other, about shin height for most adults." He paused, watching my face. On the floor at the base of the stairs Directly below that line, there was a thin foam mat. Not much, but enough to soften the impact if someone fell, or at least keep them from cracking their skull open. I pictured it immediately. A body hurtling forward, legs taken out, hitting the mat with a thin, dull thud instead of a sharp crack. Conscious enough to know they had fallen. Maybe conscious enough to see what came next. There was a plastic storage bin, he went on. Inside, several rolls of duct tape, some unused zip ties, and a roll of black cloth tape. There was an extension cord coiled up beside it and a metal folding chair nearby. Each item landed in my mind with the weight of what it implied, not what it was. None of those objects, on their own, were illegal. People have garages full of that stuff, but tied together by a fishing line at the top of a staircase, they became something else. A kit, a plan. He hesitated, then added, almost as if he regretted it already, there was also a tripod set up in the far corner of the basement. My stomach dropped. A camera? I asked. He shook his head. Mount only. Camera itself was gone. Wires too. Just the tripod, angled toward the base of the stairs. He leaned back, let out a breath through his nose. If you had gone down there and tripped that line, whoever set this up would have had a good view of it. The room felt smaller all at once, the walls closer. I thought about the coil of cord on the garage workbench, the empty house, the bare living room, the barricaded front door. All of it suddenly rearranged itself into a single awful image. Not a place to live, but a place built around a single moment on a staircase. You did the right thing leaving, he said. Most people, once they commit to those stairs. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. So, what happens now? I asked. It came out quieter than I intended. He glanced down at the folder, like the answer might be written there. Now, he said, we keep an eye on the property. We've already had the bank secure it better. We'll flag any new reports tied to that address. But, he shrugged, a small, helpless gesture I hated. Without a complainant who's been assaulted or taken, without someone actually hurt, there's not a lot to charge. Trespassing, maybe. Vagrancy. The ad's already been taken down. Those emails came from throwaway addresses. So he just walks away, I said. Maybe, the detective said. Maybe he moves on. Maybe he gets spooked and stops. Or maybe he tries somewhere else with a new email and a new story. He looked at me, face unreadable. But it won't be with you. That was supposed to be comforting. It wasn't. I went home after that meeting, sat on my borrowed mattress in the too small room with the cat howling at the hallway, and realized something heavy and cold. I might have just barely missed being the first crime in that basement, or the next in a chain that started before me and might, somewhere, have found another set of footsteps on those stairs. It is strange how quickly other people expect you to return to normal after something that almost happened. On paper, nothing in my life had changed. I had not fallen down the stairs. I had not been tied to a chair. No one had laid a hand on me. If you printed out a record of that night, it would look like this. Woman visits house, leaves, calls police, gives statement. No injuries, no crime. The hospital did not care that I kept hearing the sound of a garage door in my head. The schedule came out, and my name was still there in the same neat font. Lauren, 19, 07, Sir, bed 3, 4, 5. The ICU did not pause to make room for my almost, so I went back. The first shift, after everything, I remember standing in the elevator up to the ICU, watching the floor numbers crawl by in slow red increments. The car smelled like antiseptic and coffee breath. Fluorescent light buzzed overhead. Behind me, someone in transport scrubs hummed under his breath, an off-key little tune that had no idea how loud it sounded in my skull. When the doors slid open, I stepped into the soundscape that had once been my version of normal. Monitors beeped in their layered rhythms, some fast, some slow, some steady, some stuttering. Ventilators sighed and clicked, breathing for people whose lungs had given up. The constant low hum of the hospital's air systems filled every corner, the vents exhaling processed air around us in an endless loop. Overhead, the PA crackled occasionally with that familiar, distorted chime before an announcement. Dr. Patel to ICU nurses station. Dr. Patel. Shoes squeaked on the polished floor, rubber against wax. Med carts rattled as they were pushed down the hallway, loaded with pills and syringes and plastic cups of water. Someone laughed briefly by the break room. The sound cut off when the door swung closed behind them. It should have been comforting. These were the noises I had built my life around, the background track to thousands of hours of work. Instead, each one landed wrong. The first time a tray crashed in the hallway, some tech dropping a stack of metal bedpans, I nearly jumped out of my skin. The clang bounced off the tile walls and ceiling, shattering the rhythm of beeps and hums, and for a split second my brain was back in that garage, hearing the roar of the door as it lifted. When the PA crackled to life for a code blue on another floor, the static spike made my heart lurch. That little burst of white noise sounded just like the moment right before the garage motor engaged, when the quiet was so complete you could feel it in your teeth. It's louder tonight, I told myself. You're tired, that's all. I walked from room to room, checking drips, adjusting vents, charting vital signs. My hands did what they were supposed to do. Muscle memory got me through. But every time I bent over a bed to fix an IV line or check a central line dressing, I caught myself thinking about nylon. The feeling of that cord against my shoe, the faint, elastic brush at shin level, had fused in my mind with the sensation of tubing slipping through my fingers. I would run my thumb and forefinger along an oxygen line and, for a half second, feel phantom resistance, like something was stretched tight across my path. At 3 a.m, when the unit falls into that eerie hush, where even the sickest patients seem to sink their breathing, the memories came hardest. The green monitor glow painted shadows on the walls, and every shadow had the shape of a stairwell. Nurses talked to each other on those nights, trading stories quietly at the station while we sip terrible coffee and pretend we are not eyeing the clock. I could have told them. I could have said, I almost walked into something bad, and watched their faces shift into the kind of hush we reserve for near-miss car accidents and bad boyfriends. Instead, I talked about census counts and staffing ratios and the one surgeon with the God complex who always put in orders at the last possible second. I moved out of my coworker's place about a month after it happened. The cat had finally started tolerating me, which felt like a sign I should leave before I messed that up too. I signed a lease on a small studio near the hospital. Too expensive for what it was, but solid. Cameras in the lobby. A front desk that actually had someone at it at night. A loud, ancient elevator that groaned and wheezed with every floor, announcing anyone's approach. My new apartment was a rectangle with a kitchenette along one wall, a bed in the corner, and a window that looked out over a parking lot and a row of dumpsters. It was not glamorous, But it was mine. No post-it notes on the fridge. No judgmental cat. Just me and the hum of the mini fridge and the rattling clank of the building's boiler. The first night I slept there, around 2:30 in the morning, the boiler kicked on. The sound rolled up through the pipes and into my walls like a muffled door slam. For one disorienting second, half asleep and heart already primed to panic, I sat bolt upright in bed, convinced I had heard the garage door in that cul-de-sac. The same deep, mechanical roar, the same clank of metal on metal. My eyes scrambled around the dark room, silhouette of the dresser, the faint LED dot of the power strip, the rectangle of lighter gray that was the window shade. No garage, no driveway, no basement door opening outward in a narrow hallway, just my studio. The next day, a neighbor upstairs dropped something heavy, maybe a free weight, maybe a box, on their floor. The thud traveled straight down through the ceiling and into my bones. Before I could stop myself, I was picturing that thin foam mat at the bottom of the stairs, the way the detective's voice had gone flat when he described it. I had not seen the basement. My brain had filled it in anyway. That is what the mind does. It does not like empty spaces. It will people them for you. I found myself thinking about the tripod more than anything else. Not the cord, not the duct tape, not the zip ties. Those are easy villains. Those are the props you expect when you think of bad stories that happen in dark rooms. The tripod bothered me because of what it meant about the kind of person who had been planning this. Someone patient enough to set up a shot, to angle it just right, to test focus and frame. Someone who thought, this is something worth watching, worth keeping. Lying in bed, after a shift, the room dim, except for the glow of my phone charging on the nightstand, I would suddenly find myself wondering if a camera had ever been mounted there, even if it was gone by the time the police arrived. If, somewhere, on some cheap external hard drive or cloud backup account, there was footage of strangers walking through that empty house, climbing those stairs, maybe falling, and me at the top of the staircase, phone screen, lighting my face from below like some campfire ghost story. Eyes wide, foot hovering uncertainly over the first step, the perfect opening frame. I had not seen a lens, but I could not shake the sense of being watched in retrospect, like my memory had grown an extra set of eyes. Every time I closed my own, I saw myself from outside, smaller, more breakable, framed in a doorway. Sleep, which had never been easy on night shift, became something I had to bargain for. I would lie there listening to the building breathe, the boiler cycling, the elevator cables whining, the occasional slam of the main entrance door as someone came home late, and my brain would catalog each sound, comparing it to the night in the house. A cart rattling in the hallway downstairs might as well have been that garage door opener chain. A neighbor's cough through the vent could be Matt's, rough and close. My own fridge kicking on at 2 a.m. transformed into the hum of some unseen freezer in a basement. People talk about PTSD in terms of flashbacks, like you suddenly see the worst moment overlaid on reality. For me, it was more insidious. It was sound. Little noises rewiring themselves into triggers. A drop of water in my bathroom sink sounded exactly like that drip, drip, drip on the cement below the stairs. I kept telling myself it would fade. Humans are adaptable. You get used to anything if you sit in it long enough. The ICU had taught me that. People adjust to living with ventilators and feeding tubes. Surely, I could adjust to living with the knowledge that I had stepped 1/2 inch away from a tripwire. Weeks went by. I worked. I slept in broken chunks. I told no one the whole story. And then, one quiet night on my day off, sitting cross-legged on my bed with my laptop open and the hospital's distant air system still humming in my ears from the night before, I opened Craigslist again. I told myself I was just looking for used furniture, a cheap dresser, a small TV, something to fill the empty corners of my new studio so it would feel less like a room I had rented by the month and more like a place I could imagine staying in for longer than that. I clicked to housing, then rooms and shares, more out of muscle memory than intent. And there it was, not in Columbus, in a suburb of another city 2 hours away. Different email, different name, a slightly different rent, but almost the exact same wording, staring back at me from the screen in that sick, cold font my brain had learned to recognize. Quiet room for female, private bath, safe neighborhood. Survival habits have a way of pretending to be routines. If you looked at my life from the outside a few months after the house, you might have thought I was just a cautious woman living alone in a city. Nothing dramatic, nothing worth a detective or a horror channel, just someone who double-checked things. My nighttime ritual became a little checklist I ran through on autopilot, like prepping a patient's room before a procedure. Door first. My studio's front door had 2 locks, a standard knob lock and a deadbolt above it. Every night, when I came home from shift, I would turn them both, listening for the specific mechanical notes they each made. First the knob, a small, neat snick. Then the deadbolt, a heavier, throaty chick. 1, 2. Again. 1, 2. I would pull gently on the handle afterward, just enough to feel resistance. Just enough to prove to myself that the door would not suddenly swing inward if someone leaned on it from the other side. Then came the chair. It was a cheap, lightweight thing from IKEA, the kind of chair people toss onto balconies and forget about. I dragged it from its corner every night and angled it under the doorknob, back legs braced, one front leg slightly off the ground. It was not a real barrier. Anyone determined enough could force the door open and send the chair skidding across the floor with a clatter. It was there for the noise. A tripwire that did not need cord. Last came the phone test. I made sure it was plugged in, charging, screen facing me on the nightstand. Battery at 100%. I would hit the side button, watch the time flash up in big white numbers, and think, stupidly, if something happens, at least I'll be able to call. Then I would turn off the lamp and lie down, alone with the sounds. My studio had its own little soundscape, not as dense as the ICU, but busy enough. The fridge compressor cycled on and off in uneven intervals, humming for a while, then going silent, then clicking back to life as if it had remembered a job it had to finish. The radiator tapped and pinged when the heat came on, expanding with hollow little knocks deep in the pipes. Somewhere down on the street, a siren would occasionally wind through the night. Police, ambulance, fire, they all sang the same rising and falling note from this distance. On good nights, those sounds blended into a kind of urban lullaby, the noise of a building full of strangers, all trying to get through another night. On bad nights, each one peeled away from the others and turned into a memory cue. The fridge's low hum became the buzz of some unseen freezer in a basement. The radiator's taps became footsteps on ceiling joists, someone pacing above a hollow space. A siren passing 3 blocks away turned into some other woman's scream, muffled by walls and distance that no one would hear in time. For a while, I avoided Craigslist like it was a contagion. I treated it the way we treat infectious patients at work: isolation, limited contact, PPE if you must go in at all. I stuck to official rental sites: apartments.com, Zillow, the hospital's own housing bulletin. I paid application fees without arguing, handed over to professional management companies more of my paycheck than any one-bedroom box deserved. I clung to words like secured entry and on-site maintenance like they were talismans. It did not make me safer, objectively, but it made me feel like if something went wrong, at least there would be a paper trail with logos on it. When I needed furniture, I bought it new, or from thrift stores. I avoided the free section of online listings. The idea of stepping into a stranger's house just to pick up a couch triggered a physical reaction: tight throat, sweaty palms, heart rate up. I told coworkers I was too busy to go hunting for deals. I let them think I was a snob about secondhand stuff. It was easier than explaining the truth. And then there were the bad weeks. Every night shift nurse has them. A run of admissions that feel like a curse. The kind of stretch where every time you blink, another bed fills with someone clinging to a thread. Days and nights lose meaning. Meals happen at odd hours, if at all. Your body switches to survival mode, then forgets how to switch back. During one of those weeks, multiple codes, one young patient who did not make it, a family that screamed at me like I had personally unplugged the universe. I found myself back in that place of high, stretched-out tension that made sleep feel like a dare. I came home at 6:30 in the morning and did my checklist: locks, chair, phone. I showered off the smell of sweat and antiseptic and other people's fear. I made the mistake of lying down just to rest my eyes and instantly felt my brain revving like an engine with no governor. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw monitors flatline, staircases, nylon cords, metal bars across doors. My heart pounded hard enough that I could feel it in my teeth. After an hour of failing to fall asleep, I gave up. I sat up, grabbed my laptop, and told myself I would numb out with something stupid: videos, articles, recipes I would never cook, anything. At some point, almost without realizing it, I ended up on Craigslist. It was like muscle memory had guided my fingers. One minute, I was reading about a new study on ICU burnout. The next, I was staring at the familiar, ugly gray list of categories on a site I had sworn to leave alone. I could have clicked away. I should have. Instead, I told myself a lie I would recognize instantly in any patient. I'm just checking, just curious, just making sure. So I went to rooms and shares again. The posts scrolled by in their anonymous black text parade. Shared houses in college neighborhoods, rooms in ranch homes, near bus line. Basements, perfect for musician, no noise complaints. Craigslist is a chorus of the same 12 songs, sung by different people. There was comfort, at first, in the sameness. Same bad photos taken with old phones. Same typos. Same red flags you could spot from a mile away. A guy offering a free room for a fun, open-minded female. Hard pass. A couple looking for a third roommate must be chill with 420 and late nights. No. Someone renting out a room in a trailer 40 minutes from anywhere. No background check, but must love dogs. Tempting in its own weird way, but no. Page after page, my eyes glazed. The fridge kicked on. The radiator tapped. My body buzzed with a sleeplessness that felt like static. I'm just checking, I told myself again. Just seeing. Just making sure that kind of ad isn't still out there. That was when I saw it. The title did not jump out at me right away. It was almost aggressively bland. Quiet room for responsible female. Private bath. Safe area. $4.50. My finger hovered over the touchpad. The little text underneath said it was in a town about an hour away. Springfield, or maybe Lancaster, depending on how the browser sorted it. Close enough to be familiar. Far enough that I could pretend it was another world if I wanted to. I clicked. The description loaded, black letters on white background, and with every line my stomach dropped another inch. Female preferred. I work nights, so I like things quiet during the day. Perfect for another night worker or student. Room has private bath, quiet subdivision, safe area. No drugs, no parties, no pets. Utilities included. Looking for responsible female who pays on time and keeps to herself. It was not word for word identical to the ad that had led me to that cul-de-sac, but the bones were the same. Quiet room for female. Private bath. Safe area. Utilities included. Work nights. Female preferred. The same phrases shuffled like a deck of cards and laid down in a slightly different pattern. There was only one photo. A house at dusk. The lawn a little too long. A porch light on. My cursor hovered over the reply button, even though I had no intention of clicking it. My body reacted before my mind did. Heart racing. That old familiar cold behind my knees. The sensation of being at the top of a staircase again, with something waiting halfway down. You can tell yourself you survived something because you were smart, or cautious, or strong. Or you can look at a screen at 3 in the morning and realize maybe you just happened to find your way out of one version of a story that is still being written in other zip codes, under other names. I stared at that ad, at the words, quiet room for responsible female, and knew, in a way that made my skin crawl, that whatever had almost happened to me in Columbus had not been a one-time idea. It was an experiment someone liked enough to try again. My heart started racing before I even finished the first paragraph. It was not one specific line, not a phrase circled in red. It was the accumulation, the way quiet and female and safe sat too close together, the way night worker slid into utilities included, like they belonged in the same sentence. My eyes moved faster, while my brain lagged a step behind, trying to decide if I was overreacting or finally catching up. I scrolled to the bottom, half expecting, irrationally, to see the same half-broken house photo from Columbus. There was nothing, no picture at all, just a gray placeholder square with the little generic icon Craigslist uses when someone is too lazy or too careful to upload a photo. It made the whole thing worse somehow, like a blank label on a bottle where you really, really want ingredients. I glanced at the top of the post. New email relay. Different from the ones I remembered. The city in the header confirmed it was a town an hour away, not mine. On paper, everything was different. But the bones of it, the bones were familiar. My cursor floated over the reply button almost of its own accord. I clicked it before I could talk myself out of it. A little pop-up window appeared on the screen, showing the anonymized Craigslist relay address. I stared at it like it might rearrange itself into something I recognized. It didn't. I hit Use Email Client anyway, and my laptop obligingly opened a blank message in my default mail app. The to field already filled. The empty body of the email blinked at me. I should not have written anything. I know that. Any horror story you have ever heard will tell you the same thing. Do not acknowledge the thing that is watching you. Do not wave at it. Do not send it a forwarding address. But my fingers were already moving. Hi, I'm a night shift ICU nurse looking for something quiet. Can you tell me more about the room? How long have you lived there? By the time I hit that last question mark, my hands were shaking so hard I could feel the keys skitter under my fingertips. The words on the screen blurred for a second, not from tears, just from adrenaline. I sat there with the cursor blinking at the end of the sentence. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3. Then I did not send it. Instead, I highlighted the entire body of the Craigslist ad in the browser window. Every line, every quiet, every responsible female, every private bath. I copied it and opened a blank document. The new document popped up, white and empty. I pasted. The black text appeared, familiar in a way that made my throat feel tight. I had not kept a screenshot of the original ad from Columbus. I had not thought I needed to. At the time, it had just been another listing in a messy life, but I had written enough in my statement to the police that I felt like I could reconstruct the important parts. And I had my memory, the way certain phrases had stuck like burrs. I pulled up an old note on my phone where I had jotted down lines for the detective. Quiet room for female, private bath, safe subdivision, female homeowner works nights, utilities included. I laid the phone on the keyboard, screen glowing beside the document, and started comparing. The wording was not exact. It was worse than that. It was like listening to the same person try to tell a lie in a new way without changing their accent. Quiet room for responsible female, where before it had been quiet room for female. Safe area instead of safe neighborhood. I work nights instead of female homeowner works nights. Quiet subdivision repeated just like last time. If you laid them side by side, you could see the edits. Someone had gone back and sanded off a few edges, softened a couple of spots, but the structure was the same. The same skeleton under a slightly different skin. The laptop fan kicked on, a soft, constant whir coming from somewhere under my wrists. It felt suddenly like breathing that did not belong to me. I flipped back to the browser tab, the ad still open. My eyes crawled over the lines again, slower now, picking out all the matches. Utilities included. No drugs, no parties. Perfect for night workers. Female preferred. Outside my window, a car rolled through the parking lot, its headlights dragging a brief bar of light across my blinds. The radiator pinged once. The fridge compressor cycled on with a low growl. All the sounds of my safe apartment went on performing their little nightly routines while I sat in the glow of a cheap laptop, staring at a doorway into another version of the same almost story. I hit refresh. I do not know why. Maybe I wanted to see if there were pictures loading late. Maybe I expected the browser to throw an error and tell me this was all some cached glitch. Maybe I just needed proof it was really there, in real time, and not some ghost my brain had conjured up from memory. The page blinked. The little loading icon spun. The list of results for rooms and shares in that town repopulated, scrolling down in its usual ugly stack. The ad was gone. Where it had been, third or fourth down, just under an artist house share and above a room and family home, there was now some other listing. A guy renting out his basement to students or young professionals. A completely different date and timestamp. The title that had punched me in the chest 30 seconds earlier was nowhere on the screen. I frowned and hit the browser's back button. Error. This posting has been deleted by its author. A cold, familiar feeling slid down my spine. The exact same weight as the one that had settled there when the detective told me about the tripod. It was the sensation of being just a fraction of a second too late or exactly on time, and you could not tell which. The ad had not expired naturally. It had been pulled, yanked out of the feed between one breath and the next. I sat very still, the laptop's glow bright on my face, fingers resting useless on the keys. Behind the document window, something flashed in my peripheral vision. A small pop-up at the bottom right of the screen, half faded already. The sound had preceded it by a split second, a noise my body now recognized on a level I hated. Ding. Email notification. The same sharp, clean chime that had echoed in a too-quiet kitchen while I warmed up leftovers 2 years earlier. The same sound that had announced Maddie into my life like a polite knock. My heart climbed into my throat. I clicked to my inbox. There it was, at the top of the list. New. Bolded. The sender was an address I did not recognize. One of those anonymous strings of letters and numbers that looked like junk mail or a hacked account. The subject line was what made my fingers go numb. Room for night shift nurse? For a second, I just stared at that line. It stared back. The laptop fan whirred louder. Somewhere in the building, a door slammed, but it sounded like it came from very far away. I clicked. The body of the email contained a single line. You got scared too fast last time. There was no greeting, no sign-off, no name, no attached link. Just that sentence, sitting alone in the center of the white field, black and ugly and unmistakable. My first thought, stupidly, was that they had sent it to the wrong person. Some glitch in the matrix, some misdirected creeper who had meant to harass someone else and had landed on me by mistake. Then my brain did the math. How many room ads had I messaged in the last year? How many people knew I was a night shift nurse looking for something quiet? How many strangers had been there the night I stood at the top of those stairs, phone in my hand, pretending to talk to someone in the driveway? I had not replied to any new listings that night. I had not hit send on the draft sitting open in my email client, still addressed to that relay in the other town. There was no way for whoever had posted that ad to know I had even seen it. The only person who could reasonably say I had got scared was the man who watched me back away from the basement and fake a phone call in a narrow hallway in a house that technically did not belong to him. The words on the screen swam a little. My fingers felt far away, like they belonged to someone else, hovering over the trackpad. In my mind, the empty living room in that cul-de-sac flickered into being. The barred front door, the bare walls, the reflection of headlights on glass. I saw the garage light spilling onto the driveway as I ducked under the rising door. I saw the square of open space behind me, too bright to see into. And then I saw, superimposed over my own laptop screen, the black three-legged shape of a tripod in the corner of a basement. You tell yourself, in the days and weeks after a near miss, that the story is over because you left the location, because you called the cops, because the ad got taken down. It did not occur to me until I sat in my safe little studio with both locks engaged and a chair under the knob that the story might not have been about that house at all. It might have been about my email address. Fear, it turns out, has a half-life. Obsession doesn't. For a while after that email, I did nothing. I closed the laptop. I unplugged it. I put my phone face down on the nightstand and sat there on the edge of my bed with my hands pressed into my thighs, feeling my pulse in the heels of my palms. Every sound in the apartment felt amplified. The hum of the fridge, the radiator's occasional tap, a toilet flushing somewhere down the hall, the muted thump of someone's TV upstairs bleeding a laugh track through the ceiling. The chair was still jammed under my door. Both locks were engaged. Nobody knew my unit number except the building management and a handful of co-workers. I told myself that meant I was safe. Then I thought about the email subject line: room for night shift nurse. Safe is relative when someone has your address in their inbox. I lasted almost 24 hours pretending I was going to ignore it. Then I opened the laptop again. The email was still there in my inbox. That single line, hanging in the middle of white space like a spider in the center of a web. You got scared too fast last time. I hovered my cursor over the sender address and clicked to view details. It was a generic webmail address from a big provider, the kind people use for spam accounts and quick throwaways. A string of letters and numbers that meant nothing. I clicked deeper into the message headers, the part most people never look at. Some of the phrases meant nothing to me. Received from X originating IP, DKM signature. I copied the whole block of gibberish into a search engine, opened 3 different header analysis tools, and pasted, hoping for some magical readout. Here is the street where your monster lives. All I got were shrugs in machine form. The IP address bounced through a VPN, the kind that buries traffic under layers of rented servers. The only solid information I got was United States, a timestamp that matched when I had been staring at the disappearing ad. The fan in my laptop whirred louder, trying to cool a processor that was working harder than it should have to tell me almost nothing. It felt like him. Not in any logical way, just in the shape of it. Careful enough to be obscured, sloppy enough to make sure I knew it was deliberate. If you work in an ICU long enough, you pick up a certain forensic instinct. You learn to read between the lines of charts, to see patterns in vital signs, to understand that what is not written down is sometimes the loudest part of the story. I turned that instinct toward the house. The address was burned into my brain. I had written it on forms, told it to dispatch, watched it roll past in my rearview mirror as I pulled away from the cul-de-sac. I typed it into the county auditor's website. The property record popped up like a skeleton pulled out of a filing cabinet. Parcel number, square footage, year built, a small, washed-out thumbnail of the house in better days, lawn shorter, blinds less broken. The current owner was listed as a bank, a bland, corporate name I recognized from drive-through ATMs and foreclosure notices on neighborhood Facebook groups. The transfer date was a few months after the couple who originally owned it had defaulted. Their names were there too, in neat black letters next to the word sheriff's sale. No Matt, no Maddie, no renters' names at all, just the bank and a file number. I clicked through to older records. Nothing but the couple and the previous owners before them, a normal chain of middle-class life stretching back decades. A succession of families who had taken turns believing that house was the place where things would be okay. I leaned back in my chair and listened to the tiny sounds of my apartment. Keys cooling on the counter, a neighbor turning on their shower, water rushing faintly through the pipes in the wall. My cursor hovered over the browser bar again. This time, I searched for the address by itself. Most of what came up were scraped real estate listings from years ago. Old photos of the house when it had been on the market. Furniture still in place then. A sagging brown couch in the living room. Fake plants in the corners. A TV mounted on the wall where blank paint had greeted me. The same kitchen, but with magnets on the fridge and a calendar on the wall. A cheerful, welcome mat at the front door. Each picture was a little ghost. Proof that the house had once been something other than a stage. Mixed in with the real estate garbage were other hits, automatic foreclosure notice postings, legal notices in tiny fonts, generic bank listings. Nothing about incidents or investigations. If anyone had written about what the detective found in the basement, it wasn't online. I went wider. I searched for the town name and phrases like roommate online ad missing, Craigslist room horror, female roommate vanished. The results were a slurry of clickbait headlines and old blog posts about different nightmares in different zip codes, men with hidden cameras and vents, creeps stealing underwear, strange roommates with stranger habits. 3 pages in, I found something that snagged my attention. It was a short article from a local paper in a neighboring town, 5 years old, the kind of thing that sits halfway down a crime blotter section and gets forgotten in a day. The headline was simple: woman reported missing after meeting roommate from online ad. No name in the preview. I clicked. The full piece was only a few paragraphs. A 20-something named Emily, last name withheld, had been reported missing by her sister after failing to return home from a meeting with a potential roommate she'd found through an online classified site. She'd been trying to move closer to her new job. Witnesses reported seeing her at a coffee shop, then getting into a car with an unidentified man. The police were investigating all leads. Anyone with information was asked to call. There was no follow-up link, no update. She was found safe, or remains discovered. Just that small, dangling thread. I copied the text into the same document as the ad, like I was building a case file on my own kitchen table. 3 items. Ad language. Missing woman. Email. It wasn't proof. It wasn't even directly connected. But the shape of it all felt familiar in a way I could not file under coincidence anymore. The hours slipped. Outside my window, the sky went from gray to dark, to that murky sodium orange that means streetlights have taken over. My laptop keys clicked under my hands in a steady, low rhythm. The fan hummed. Every so often, the motion-activated lights in the hallway outside my door would flick on with a soft, electric bzzz, sending a thin bar of light crawling under the gap at the bottom of my door and then retreating. Each time they did, my eyes flicked up from the screen. My ears strained. Was someone walking past? Was someone standing still, just out of sight, triggering the sensor with small movements? In a hospital, those little shifts of light mean nurses making rounds, techs passing meds, people doing their jobs. In my building, they just meant movement, any movement. I pulled up missing person forums, the kind that looked like they were built in 2003 and never updated. I searched by age, by region, by vague descriptions. Female, mid-20s, disappeared after meeting roommate. The stories blurred together into a mosaic of faces and cities and half details. None of them matched my house exactly. Some of them matched too well. I wrote his name at the top of a new page in my document, even though I knew it was fake. Matt. Underneath it, in bullet points, I typed the things I knew. mid-40s, unshaven, dark hair going gray. Smelled like cigarettes, sweat, something sour. Knew how to set up a trip line on stairs. Knew how to find night shift women looking for cheap rooms. Uses Maddie as a fake female front. Has access to houses in foreclosure limbo. Likes having a good view of what happens at the bottom of the stairs. The tapping of my own fingers on the keyboard started to sound like something else after a while. Footsteps down a hall, slow and measured. I drew my hands back and sat on them for a second, breathing through my nose, forcing my shoulders to drop. I had no last name, no license plate, no clear photo, just a handful of details and a gut feeling that whatever game he was playing had not stopped when I drove away from that cul-de-sac. The email, with its single, smug sentence, stayed open in another tab, like an eye that refused to close. It should have ended there. With me at my kitchen table, in a too bright little studio, collecting digital ghosts and telling myself that was as far as this needed to go. Instead, sometime between one late night search and another, a different thought pushed its way in, quiet and undeniable. Screens were one thing, records were another, but the house was still there. A real, physical place at the end of a real, physical street. A door with a bar across it. A driveway where a garage door had once rattled open for me like a bad stage cue. If I wanted to know whether he was really still out there, still using some version of that script on other women, I could keep refreshing Craigslist and reading about missing girls in other towns. Or I could go back to the cul-de-sac and see what had changed. I did it on a day I was supposed to be sleeping. My schedule had me coming off 3 nights in a row. The rational move would have been to black out the window, plug my phone in, and let my body collapse for 12 hours. Instead, I drank half a pot of coffee on a stomach full of vending machine food and got in my car. I did not tell my sister. I did not text a coworker. I did not leave a note. Part of me knew that if I put the plan into words, someone would talk me out of it, or worse, insist on coming with me. This was not something I wanted to drag anyone else into. It felt like a mess I had to look at alone. The radio stayed off. I did not want anyone else's voice in the car. No morning show DJs laughing at jokes. No news headlines trying to compete with the noise in my own head. The only soundtrack was the constant hiss of tires on highway, the low rumble of the engine, the occasional whoosh of a semi blowing past in the next lane. Daylight has a different weight than night. The same roads I had driven in the dark months before looked flatter now, less threatening. The strip malls were obvious in their ugliness, not looming silhouettes. The freeway exit signs bright green and blunt, no mystery to them at all. I followed the route on muscle memory more than GPS, taking the same exit, passing the same Walmart with its line of shopping carts corralled outside like restless cattle. The closer I got to the subdivision, the more wrong the daylight felt. At night, that neighborhood had been almost theatrically quiet. In the middle of the afternoon, it looked like every other suburban pocket in the Midwest. Kids' toys littered front yards, plastic ride-on cars tipped on their sides, sun-faded basketballs, a pink scooter abandoned on a patch of sidewalk. Someone was mowing their lawn, the whine of the mower blade cutting through the air like an insect. A mail truck stopped and started along the block, its brakes squealing in short bursts as the carrier hopped out, stuffed envelopes into boxes, and hopped back in. Dogs barked behind fences as I rolled past, big, echoing woofs and high, frantic yips. Somewhere, a radio in an open garage blasted country music too loud, the singer drawling about heartbreak and beer over the clank of tools. A woman in leggings and a faded college t-shirt jogged down the sidewalk, earbuds in, ponytail bouncing. On paper, it was the picture of safety, the kind of place real estate agents call family-friendly and quiet with a straight face. In reality, the noise just felt like a thin layer smeared over something I knew too much about. I did not pull directly into the cul-de-sac. Instead, I parked on a street a few blocks away, under a tree that had dropped half its leaves already. The Civic sighed as I turned off the engine. For a moment, I sat there with my hands on the steering wheel, looking at nothing. "You don't have to do this," I told myself. Then I got out anyway. I walked the rest of the way in. In the afternoon light, the loop of the cul-de-sac looked smaller than I remembered, like someone had nudged the houses closer together when I wasn't looking. The circle of asphalt was cracked in a few places, thin weeds pushing up through the fissures, defiantly green. Some of the houses wore their lives openly, flower pots on steps, seasonal wreaths on doors, trash cans lined up neatly against side walls. Others looked more closed off, blinds tilted down, cars tucked deep into garages. The house at the very end, the one that had rearranged my sense of reality, sat in its familiar spot like a bad tooth in an otherwise healthy mouth. It looked worse in daylight. The paint on the siding had peeled more since the last time I saw it. Long curls of beige, flaking off near the base where rain had done its slow work. The trim around the windows had hairline cracks in it. Weeds grew through the cracks in the driveway in wiry clumps, their roots pushing up the concrete in tiny, stubborn shifts. There was no car in the driveway, no kids' toys, no potted plants, no welcome mat. The blinds in the front windows were tilted shut, slats overlapping in a way that let in light, but hid everything inside. A few of the slats were bent slightly, like someone had pushed them with careless fingers to peek out and then let them snap back. If you did not know what you were looking at, you might have just called it a fixer-upper. A bank-owned property waiting for its next set of hopefuls. I kept my pace slow, phone in my hand like I was checking directions or doom scrolling. Anything but cataloging every detail of this one house. I walked up one side of the circle and then down the other, letting my trajectory bring me past the driveway. From this angle, the front door was fully visible. The last time I had seen it, there had been a metal bar across it on the inside, turning it from an exit into a prop. Now, through the narrow decorative glass, I could see only the suggestion of a hallway and the vague outline of a doorframe on the opposite wall. No bar, no brackets. I slowed a fraction, pretending to squint at my screen, but my eyes stayed glued to the door. The hardware looked the same. Doorknob, deadbolt, an extra slide lock near the bottom. But where the brackets for the bar had once sat on either side, there were now small, pale rectangles of patched wall. Someone had removed them and smeared caulk or spackle over the holes. The paint did not quite match, brighter than the rest of the wall. The door looked like it could open normally now. You could unlock it, turn the knob, and walk right out, like any other house. I almost smiled. A small, bitter twist. The bank, probably, or a contractor sent by the bank, fixing things that showed, leaving what didn't. I kept walking, resisting the urge to stop and stare. The side of the house came into view as I rounded the curve, the fence line, the strip of gravel. The side gate was closed this time. The latch snapped shut, wood weathered a few shades grayer than before. I slowed again, letting my feet adjust their rhythm to match my heart rate, which had kicked up into a soft sprint. Standing out on the sidewalk, you cannot see much beyond that gate, just the top of the fence and a sliver of the roof above, but sound travels. I stopped pretending to look at my phone and just listened. At first, all I heard was the neighborhood's daytime noise: distant mower, mail truck, someone's laughter carried on a brief gust of wind. Then, beneath it, from the direction of the house, a quieter, more constant sound surfaced. A hum, faint but steady. It was the kind of noise appliances make when they are always on. The low, continuous vibration of a fridge compressor running, or a space heater ticking through its cycle. Too sustained to be a car, too low-pitched to be a TV. The house should not have had any live hum in it at all. Foreclosure limbo, partial utilities, no one officially living there. And yet, the sound made the hairs on my arms stand up. It was proof of something breathing in there. Not just air systems and pipes, but electricity in use. Purpose. My throat went dry. I took one, maybe 2 steps closer to the fence without meaning to, as if walking toward the hum would clarify it. The gravel at the edge of the yard crunched under my shoe, a tiny betrayal. The side gate, inches away, sat still and closed, but it felt suddenly like an eye. The sudden explosion of noise to my right almost knocked me out of my skin. A dog in the neighboring yard launched into a barking fit, deep, sharp barks that hit my chest like punches. 1 second, everything was a low suburban murmur. The next, my ears were full of canine outrage, claws scrabbling against boards as the animal threw itself at the fence. I jerked back, heart slamming, phone almost leaping out of my hand. My vision tunneled for a second, the edges of the world going dark and then snapping back. Jesus, I muttered, more to myself than the dog. It did not care. It kept barking, offended by my existence. The commotion summoned another presence. A sliding glass door hissed open on the house next to the one I cared about. A man stepped out onto a small concrete slab, cigarette already in his hand, like he had been waiting for an excuse to light it. He wore a sleeveless undershirt and plaid pajama pants, hair flattened on one side from a recent nap. He glanced at the dog, then at me. His eyes lingered a beat too long. Not hostile, not friendly, just assessing, trying to place me. "Hey," he said, in the flat, wary tone of a neighbor who does not recognize you and is not sure if he needs to. "Hey," I replied, forcing my shoulders to relax. Thumb swiping across my phone screen, as if I had just accidentally walked past the wrong driveway while lost in a text thread. "Sorry, your dog scared me." He snorted softly, took a drag. "He does that," he said, "doesn't like strangers." His gaze flicked from me to the house at the end of the cul-de-sac and back again, like he was checking an equation only he understood. For a second, I considered asking him something casual. "Anyone living there now?" Or, "Is that place still empty?" But the words lodged behind my tongue. I did not want to tip my hand. If he knew anything, I was not sure I wanted him to know I wanted to know. "Have a good one," I said instead, the most neutral phrase I could muster. He shrugged, took another drag, and turned his attention back to the dog, muttering something low and soothing. The dog kept barking anyway. I walked on, around the rest of the cul-de-sac, putting distance between myself and both houses. My heart slowly ratcheted down from panic to something like hyper-awareness. In the glare of daylight, the cul-de-sac looked like any other. Kids' chalk drawings on one driveway, a wind chime tinkling lazily on a front porch, a minivan with a stick figure family decal on the back window. But somewhere inside the neglected house at the end, electricity hummed. Blinds were drawn, and a front door that had once been barricaded now advertised its ability to open easily should anyone inside decide to leave in a hurry. The house had changed since I'd been there. The question that dug its claws in as I walked away was simple and stupid and huge. Had he? I did a full loop of the block before I talked myself into going back. It was a stupid thing to do, and I knew that. Walking in circles around a house that had already almost eaten me once is not on any therapist's list of healthy coping mechanisms. But I needed a second pass. The first time had been drive-by reconnaissance. Front door, side gate, the hum behind the fence, the barking dog. My brain wanted more angles, so I let my body do what it wanted and turned right at the end of the cul-de-sac, following the curve of the street out, cutting around the backside of the block, then coming in from the opposite direction. This time, when the house came back into view, I was on the far sidewalk, the front angle reversed. The sun had shifted a little lower, throwing longer shadows from the trees. The lawn that had looked simply neglected before now showed its flaws more clearly. Patches of yellow, uneven clumps of weed, dirt scars where something heavy had once sat and had been dragged away. My heart thudded in my ears, too loud for the slow pace of my steps. The air smelled like cut grass and hot asphalt and someone's dryer vent. As I drew level with the house again, I let my gaze slide off the front door and toward the side yard. The basement window, wells lined that side. Little cement scoops cut into the dirt at ground level, each holding a pane of glass that sat half buried, like the house had eyes under the skin. The last time I had been here, it had been too dark to notice them. Now they were impossible to ignore. I slowed, my phone hanging useless in my hand, screen gone black. To anyone watching, I probably looked like just another person out for a walk, pausing to check my messages. Inside, every nerve felt like it was standing on its tiptoes. The first window, well, had nothing to show me. Just a layer of leaves and dirt pressed against cloudy glass. The faint suggestion of a painted wall on the other side. The second was clearer. Someone had recently swept it out, or maybe the wind had done the job. I could see the top of a concrete wall, a shadow in the shape of a shelf, nothing more. The third did not behave. As I walked past it, half in my peripheral vision, something dark flicked across the lower edge of the glass. Not a shadow from a tree, not a trick of light. It was too fast, too deliberate, like someone shifting just out of sight. The kind of movement people make when they are watching through a crack and suddenly remember they don't want to be seen themselves. I stopped. Not entirely, not with my whole body, but my feet hesitated just enough for my stride to stutter. I took one more small step, then pretended to be enthralled by my phone while angling my face toward the window well. The glass at that third window caught the light differently than the others. There, in the corner, for just a second, I saw a pinprick of brightness, a tiny, precise glint, the kind you get when sunlight hits a curve of polished glass or metal. If you work in a hospital long enough, cameras become background objects. Security domes in corners, lenses over doors, Phones lifted quickly for family photos at the bedside. Your brain learns to recognize the way they catch light. That was what it looked like. A little glint, like a lens blinking. I realized I had stopped pretending. My phone hung slack at my side now. I was just standing on the sidewalk in front of a foreclosure house, staring openly at a basement window like it was going to explain itself. Somewhere in the distance, the lawnmower I had been tracking subconsciously sputtered to a stop. The sudden absence of its drone took a layer of noise out of the world. For a moment, the cul-de-sac fell under a weird, thin silence. No mower, no mail truck brakes, no country song bleeding from someone's open garage. Just the faint hum from inside that house, a bird calling half-heartedly from a tree, and the buzz of my own blood in my ears. I lifted my eyes from the ground-level windows to the face of the house. The upstairs front window, directly above the living room, had the same cheap blinds as the rest. They were tilted down, slats overlapping, making a neat, anonymous pattern. But in the center, one of the slats had been nudged just a hair out of line, creating a narrow vertical slit. Behind that slit, something stood. I could not see a face. The angle and the distance were wrong, the interior shadow too deep. But the outline was unmistakable. Broad shoulders filling the gap, a head turned in my direction. The posture was very still. Too still. The kind of stillness that has intention behind it. Not someone pausing mid-task. Someone holding themselves perfectly motionless to watch. Every muscle in my neck tightened. I had the bizarre, childish urge to wave, as if forcing the moment into something normal would defang it. I didn't. I just stared back, my mouth dry, the sidewalk under my feet suddenly feeling weirdly unstable. For a stretched-out moment, we hung there in our separate frames, me on the public side of the street, in the open, in the sun, them behind slats and glass and shadow, elevated, hidden, seeing more of me than I could ever see of them. The air felt thicker, pulled taut between the second-story window and the cracked concrete at my feet. That was when the world jumped again. A delivery truck turned into the cul-de-sac behind me, engine rumbling as it came around the circle. The sound entered from my back right, a guttural diesel growl that vibrated the pavement slightly under my shoes. Cardboard rattled in the back as it rolled over a pothole. The noise broke the spell. I used it like cover, like a noise bomb. I turned my head toward the sound, away from the house, body following my gaze as if it were the only thing I'd been paying attention to. My legs remembered how to move. I started walking again, briskly, putting one foot in front of the other with more force than necessary. I did not look back at the upstairs window. I did not glance down at the basement wells again. My eyes fixed on the end of the street, on the corner where the cul-de-sac spat back out into the rest of the subdivision. The truck's engine idled for a second as the driver consulted a clipboard, then rolled on. My own breathing felt too loud in the gap that sound left behind. The walk to the corner, which had taken seconds on the way in, stretched out into a small eternity on the way out. Every house on either side seemed to expand, porches and lawns turning into stages where someone could step out, call my name, ask what I thought I was doing. Nobody did. A curtain flicked once in a living room. A wind chime tinkled. Somewhere, the mower started up again, distant this time, like static. By the time I reached the corner and turned it, my hand was already in my pocket, fingers fumbling for my phone. The familiar rectangle was slick with sweat when I pulled it out. I tapped the screen awake just as the vibration hit. A short, sharp buzz right into my palm. A new email. The notification bar at the top flashed the icon and then slid away. I stopped under the weak shade of a street tree and opened my inbox. The newest message sat at the top, unread, no subject line. The sender address was another random string of characters, different from the last one, but of the same breed, carefully anonymous, deliberately meaningless. My thumb hovered over it for a heartbeat. Then I tapped. The body of the email was blank. No text, no greeting, no signature. Just a small paperclip icon and the words, "One attachment." There is a particular kind of dread reserved for opening files you did not ask for. It feels a little like waiting for a lab result on a patient you already know is bad. The outcome is inevitable. The reveal is just a formality. I tapped the attachment. The photo loaded in a second, our modern curse of good data speeds helping horror along. It was me, shot from behind, framed almost perfectly in the center of the image, standing on the sidewalk in front of the house I had just left. My shoulders slightly hunched, phone in my hand at my side, head tilted toward the basement windows. You could see the curve of the cul-de-sac, the cracked asphalt, the edge of the yard with its patchy grass. The angle was slightly elevated, as if taken from an upstairs window. At the bottom of the image, in small white text automatically stamped by the device that had captured it, was a date and time, less than a minute ago. The radiator back in my apartment, the fridge hum, the hospital monitors, the furnace in that house, all the sounds that had been my personal ghosts, fell away for a second, leaving only one deafening realization. I had come back to see if the house was being used again. The house, or whoever was inside it, had come to see me too. Right now, as I am putting this together, it is 2:13 a.m. The clock on my stove says 2:10, but it's always 3 minutes behind. The cheap digital on my nightstand says 2:16, because I knocked it once and never bothered to fix it. My laptop splits the difference. So let's call it 2:13, the hour when most people are either deeply asleep or deeply regretting that they are still awake. I am in the same studio I told you about, the one near the hospital, bed on one wall, kitchenette on the other, window overlooking a parking lot that miraculously manages to look ugly in every season. The chair is in its usual place under the door. Both locks are set. My phone is plugged in, screen down, within reach of my right hand. The building has its own late-night soundtrack. Behind the wall to my left, the elevator cable groans every time the car moves. A long, metal sigh that starts somewhere in the basement and drags itself up 8 floors. Sometimes, if I'm lying very still, I can feel the faint vibration in the mattress springs when it passes my level. Down the hallway, there's a vending machine that someone thought was a good idea to install next to the laundry room. Every so often, a motor kicks on with a rusty whir as it cools itself down. When someone actually buys something, there's a hollow metallic clank as a can or bottle drops onto the catch tray. In the middle of the night, that sound might as well be a hammer hitting a pipe. The light in the laundry room is on a timer. You can hear it if you're listening for it. An electric buzz that clicks into silence when the fluorescent tube finally cuts off. There's always a moment afterward where the quiet feels deeper than it should, like the building has blinked. Those are my constants. The hums and knocks and small mechanical exhalations that mean the place I live is still functioning. They are my version of the ICU background noise, just cheaper and more poorly maintained. I'm telling you this because I know you have your own soundtrack where you are right now. You might be in an apartment like mine, half furnished, the fridge humming louder than it has any right to. You might be in a house with floorboards that creak on a delay, or a dorm with doors that slam too hard. Maybe there's traffic outside your window, or maybe it's so quiet that you can hear your neighbor's TV through two walls. And you're listening to this, my little confession, through headphones or a Bluetooth speaker, while the rest of your life hums along in the background. I know you hear stories like this a lot. That's why you're on this channel. You put them on to fall asleep, or to make folding laundry less boring, or to keep you company on long drives. You like the idea of horror as something contained in a voice, in a story, in someone else's past. You might be thinking, right now, that you would never be dumb enough to go into that house. You'd see the single photo in the Craigslist ad and scroll past. You'd hear a man's voice when a woman's name was on the listing and walk away. You'd notice the bar across the front door and call the cops from your car without stepping inside. You'd trust your gut faster than I did. I hope that's true. I hope you are smarter than I was. Because there are nights when I lie here, in this bed, listening to the elevator cable groan and the vending machine drop cans, and I replay the exact moment when I stepped over the threshold of that kitchen door. I can feel the change under my feet, from concrete to old linoleum. I can hear the soft thud as the door closed behind me, the tiny metallic slide of the chain being set. I remember the way the light in the kitchen felt too yellow, too focused, like a stage lamp. I remember telling myself I was being paranoid, that the worst thing that would happen was an awkward conversation in a room I didn't rent. I still blame myself some nights for that one step, not in the way people online like to blame victims, with all their gleeful hindsight and "I would have" comments. It's not that simple. I know that the person who set up that basement, who strung that line, who wrote those ads, is the one who should carry the weight. But it is very hard to be the main character in your own near miss and not constantly examine the frames where you might have edited yourself differently. I do it like it's my job. If I had listened to the first weird note in Maddie's email, if I had taken the barricaded front door as enough of a sign, if I had turned around the second I saw the empty living room, if I had told my sister where I was going, and she had told me not to be an idiot. If. The truth is, I didn't. I walked in. I went on the tour. I stood at the top of the stairs. I hovered my foot over a line someone had set for me and almost took the step they were counting on. That's why I am sending this to you. Not because I think you, personally, are going to answer a Craigslist room listing tomorrow and nearly end up in somebody's basement kit. Statistically, you probably won't. Most rooms for rent are just that. Rooms with too thin walls and landlords who take too long to fix the dishwasher. I am sending this because almost nothing official has happened with my story, and that bothers me in ways I cannot file away neatly. After that last visit to the cul-de-sac, after the photo from behind landed in my inbox like a punch, I did what you're supposed to do. I forwarded everything to the detective. Screenshots of the new ad, header info from the emails, the line about "you got scared too fast last time," the picture of me on the sidewalk, time-stamped less than a minute after it was taken. I attached it all to a message that boiled down to, "He is still there. He is still doing this." He knows where I am online, if not in person. He called me once more after that. His voice was the same professional monotone, with just a hint of something strained underneath. "We're looking into it," he said. "We've flagged the address again. We're monitoring related online activity as best we can." He thanked me for the information. He reminded me gently not to engage with any further emails. He told me to call 911 if I ever felt in immediate danger. Then the call ended, and the file with my name on it went back into whatever stack it lives in, somewhere between priority and unsolved but inactive. I haven't heard much since. No arrests splashed across local news. No follow-up stories about a man caught in a foreclosure house with a camera and a box of zip ties. No tasteful statement from the department about preventing a potential tragedy. Maybe they are still quietly building a case. Maybe he got spooked and moved on. Maybe he scrubbed his digital tracks and rented a storage unit in some other county to reinvent the kit. The point is, I don't know. And not knowing is its own kind of damage. So I am writing this the way people in other centuries used to nail notices to church doors, or write confessions in diaries they hid under floorboards. Except this door is a channel, and the floorboards are servers in some data center I'll never see. I am not asking you for help. You can't stake out the cul-de-sac for me. You can't subpoena server logs. You can't make the detective call me back. What you can do is know that a house at the end of a safe street can be empty in all the wrong ways. Know that a room listed as quiet might be part of a script someone has tweaked and reused across years and cities. Know that sometimes the only difference between a horror story you hear on a channel like this and a news story you never read is which staircase someone decided to walk down. I am sending this to you because as long as it only lives in my head and in a thin paper file in a detective's office, it's easy to pretend it almost didn't happen. But there is a basement I didn't walk into, and a line someone set for me that I didn't trip, and a lens somewhere that might have been pointed at the back of my head. And if I am honest, there is a part of me that does not entirely believe the story is over just because I made it out of that house. A few nights ago, the kind of night that smears into the one before it so completely that the calendar barely matters, I did the thing I keep swearing I'm not going to do anymore. I couldn't sleep. It was one of those post-shift nights when my body was exhausted, but my brain was still pacing the halls. The unit had been noisy in that specific way it gets when things are bad but stable. No codes, but too many alarms, too many families, too many charts with the word guarded typed into the prognosis field. I came home with the sound still stuck to me. Monitor beeps, ventilator sighs, a pager going off in someone's pocket 3 rooms down. I went through my ritual. Locks, chair, phone plugged in, shower, pajamas, bed. I lay there in the dark, the building making its usual noises around me, the elevator cable groaning, the vending machine in the hallway dropping a can with that hollow thunk, the boiler ticking as it cycled. I tried every mental trick I know, counting breaths, listing medications alphabetically, running through a fake grocery list. My mind kept drifting back to that email. "You got scared too fast last time." Back to the blurred white text at the bottom of the last photo, a timestamp measured in seconds. Back to the image of myself standing in front of a house I should have left alone. At some point, I gave up on the idea of sleep and reached for my laptop. I told myself I was going to watch something mindless. A cooking video, reviews of products I would never buy, cat compilations, anything that would burn out the remaining static. The Craigslist bookmark sat there in my browser bar like a bad habit in icon form. I didn't have to click it. No one was making me. The rational part of my brain, the part that knows about trauma responses and repetitive behaviors and how people find ways to poke their own bruises, told me to close the lid and walk away. My fingers did not listen. The Craigslist homepage loaded in its familiar ugly layout, gray, blue, purple for visited links. Nothing about it updated in what feels like decades. I could have gone to For Sale or Community or any other section. Instead, my cursor floated like it had been here 1,000 times and clicked Housing, then Rooms and Shares. I typed in my zip code and set the radius to 50 miles, wide enough to catch the net of my region, far enough that I could pretend I was just seeing what's out there and not looking for a very specific ghost. The listings appeared in a column, dates on the left, titles in the middle, locations on the right, newest at the top. I started to scroll. Most of it was the usual noise. A room in a chill house where everyone loved music and late nights. A basement man cave someone was generously offering to share with a like-minded bro. A spare bedroom in a split level where you could have access to kitchen and shared bathroom in exchange for light cleaning. Mixed into it, a few legitimate-seeming things. Women renting rooms in their homes near schools. Students looking for subletters. I skimmed the titles, my eyes snagging on familiar phrases. Female only. Utilities included. Quiet. None of them hit exactly right. I scrolled more. About halfway down the page, my finger stopped all on its own. The title sat there like a dare. Quiet room for night nurse. Private bath, $450. It was the specificity that nailed me. Not female. Not responsible tenant. Not professional. Night nurse. The location line said a town about 2 hours away. One of those places I'd only ever seen on highway exit signs. Far enough that I could tell myself it was none of my business. Close enough that if I got in my car, I could be there before sunrise. My hand was already moving. I clicked. The ad unfolded down the page. The description started with an almost smug tone of hospitality. I love healthcare workers and understand how hard your job is. Looking to rent a quiet room in my home to a night nurse or other medical professional. I respect odd hours and sleep schedules. Perfect for nurses who work late and sleep during the day. My stomach turned. People do genuinely like renting to nurses. We pay on time. We're gone half the night. We don't throw parties. I've seen plenty of listings that mention it like a selling point. But combined with everything else I'd been swimming in, the flattery felt like bait. I kept reading. Private bedroom with attached bath. Utilities included. Quiet, safe area. Low traffic street. No drugs, no parties, no pets. Female preferred, but open to the right fit. I work nights too, so I understand. So far, it could have been any of 100 ads. If this had been the first one I'd ever seen, my brain might have filed it under normal landlord trying too hard. The problem was, it wasn't the first. The phrases stacked up. Quiet. Safe. Private bath. Work nights. Female preferred. Each one a match head. Together, a slow, ugly flame. Then my eyes hit the next line. Finished basement, available for storage or workout space. The words glowed on the screen in a way nothing else did. Finished basement. Workout space. I could see the staircase in my mind so clearly, I almost felt the brush of the nylon cord on my shin again. Phantom contact sending a jolt up my leg. I forced my eyes to move. There was one photo attached to the ad. a small, clickable thumbnail. I clicked it and waited for it to enlarge. It was not a picture of a house. It was a staircase. The shot was taken from the top, looking down. The upper half of the steps were visible. Old wood, edges worn, just like the ones I had hovered over. A wall on one side, a railing on the other. The lower half of the staircase disappeared into shadow, the last few steps swallowed by darkness. There was no visible line across the stairs, no obvious cord, but the grain of the wood, the narrowness of the space, the way the light stopped abruptly at a certain point. It all felt like an echo of something I had already almost lived. This doesn't mean anything, I told myself. People share pictures of stairs all the time. Someone could just be proud they have a basement. It's just a staircase. At the very bottom of the description, in smaller text that my eyes almost skipped, there was one last sentence. The letters were the same size as the rest if you zoomed in, but the lack of white space around them made them feel like a whisper. Please, no one who frightens easily again. My blood ran cold in a way that no code blue ever has. It was like every drop decided at once to move in the same direction, leaving my fingers numb and my scalp prickling. Again, it was such a small, stupid word. People use it all the time. I might not have noticed it on another day, but paired with "no one who frightens easily," it lodged somewhere under my sternum. I heard very clearly in my head a voice in a hallway behind me saying, "You all right?" when I'd flinched at my own phone. A man telling me with a little laugh that I was jumping at your own phone. Someone watching me put my foot over a stair and pull it back. Someone who would have had a vested interest in finding someone who did not scare as quickly as I had. My cursor slid toward the screenshot shortcut on instinct. I could record this one, save it the way I hadn't saved the last. Proof. Another piece for the detectives pile. But I didn't. I just sat there, staring at the lines of text, at the picture of the staircase, at that single sentence at the bottom. It felt like if I moved, if I captured it, I would somehow be answering it, acknowledging it, letting it reach through the screen a little further. I don't know how long I watched it. Long enough that the laptop screen dimmed once, and I had to tap the trackpad to wake it back up. Long enough that my legs started to tingle from staying in the same position too long. Eventually, with my heart still pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, I hit refresh. The page flickered. The little loading icon spun. The list of rooms for rent within 50 miles repopulated. The ad was gone. The title that had made my stomach drop. The staircase photo. The tailored language about nurses and odd hours. The tiny sentence at the end. All of it vanished between one breath and the next. I tried the back button. Same message as before. This posting has been deleted by its author. I sat there in the blue glow of my own screen, the building breathing around me, and realized something I had been trying not to say out loud, even to myself. This wasn't just about a house, or a cul-de-sac, or a single bank-owned property waiting to be flipped. It was about a pattern, a script, someone who had figured out that there is a whole category of people. Night shift workers, nurses, women with bad credit and worse options, who will scroll past 100 red flags if you dangle the right words in the right order. Quiet, safe, female, private bath, and now, finished basement. Please, no one who frightens easily again. I wish I could give you a clean ending. I wish I could tell you there was a headline, that they raided that house and dragged a man out in handcuffs, that they found a hard drive with footage that matched the kit in the basement and the staircase in the ad. I wish I could say there were victims identified, families notified, a neat little quote from the detective about justice served. I do not have any of that. What I have is a file with my name on it in a building downtown, some screenshots, a handful of emails, and a photo of my own back taken from an upstairs window. What I have is a house at the end of a cul-de-sac that still shows up on county tax records as a line item under a bank's name. What I have is a story I keep replaying because if I stop, it might start playing out for someone who never hears it. And I have the sound of a staircase in my head. If you strip everything else away, the emails, the detective, the drive back, the cul-de-sac, it comes down to one moment I can't seem to leave alone. The silence right before I would have taken that first full step down into the dark. You know that silence, even if you have never been in that house. Houses and apartments, dorm rooms and shared condos, they all do the same thing every so often. The fridge that has been humming for an hour pauses in its cycle. The HVAC shuts off between blasts. No cars pass for a few seconds. The neighbor's TV finally clicks off. The building takes a breath, and in that breath, every other sound you never noticed suddenly matters. A floorboard creaks somewhere you're not standing. A pipe ticks in the wall. Something soft taps once, just once, on the other side of a door you thought was closed. Most nights, you ignore it. You tell yourself it's nothing. Old wood, old pipes, someone upstairs. You go back to scrolling, or washing dishes, or letting a video like this one play in the background until sleep takes you. I'm asking you, just for a minute, to not ignore it. Not because I think you're haunted. Not because I think the noises in your place are anything other than what they are. But because I want you to feel how thin the line is between normal house sounds and something is very, very wrong. And how easy it is to step over it when you're tired, or broke, or lonely enough. So picture this with me. You are in your own home. Maybe it's a one-bedroom with a carpet that's seen better days. Maybe it's a rented house on a quiet street, or a basement unit under someone else's life. It's late. The TV is off. Your phone screen is dim in your hand. The last app you were on still open. A list of stories like this, or ads for things you can't afford, or messages from people you're too tired to answer. Somewhere in the background, something mechanical is running. The fridge, that old, familiar buzz. A fan in the corner, the heater pushing air through vents. Outside, a car passes every now and then, tires whispering on pavement. A siren somewhere far away draws a long line of sound through the night and then fades out. You're used to it. This is your normal. You could navigate this space blind, just by the noises. And then, without any drama, everything in your place goes quiet at the same time. The fridge hits the end of its cycle and clicks off. The heater has just enough momentum to coast to a stop. No fans, no cars, no voices through the wall. For one stretched out heartbeat, it is so silent that you can hear the tiny wet sound your own tongue makes when you swallow. There is nothing supernatural about that moment. Machines rest, systems reset. The world stutters between one noise and the next. But in that little pocket of silence, other sounds have room to show up. A floorboard in the hallway shifts with a soft, complaining creak, like someone putting weight where no one is. A subtle, hollow tap echoes behind a wall. Could be a pipe. Could be the building settling. Could be something else. The thin glass in a picture frame ticks as it adjusts to the temperature difference between your room and whatever is on the other side. If you're like most people, you'll explain it away before the noise finishes happening. The story you tell yourself will be simple. Old building, wind, neighbors, cat. I am not asking you to change that story. I am asking you to remember mine when you write yours. Because there is another sound that might be waiting in that silence, one you won't hear out loud, but might feel if you listen the wrong way. The phantom brush of something thin and tight against your shin as you picture a staircase you've never actually walked down. The soft, imagined vibration of a nylon cord drawn just right across a middle step. The echo of a stranger's voice behind you in a narrow hallway saying, "Ladies first," with one hand on the doorknob. You do not have to have seen the basement for your brain to build it. I still check my email every night before I go to sleep. It's a stupid habit, but I do it anyway. I clear out junk, skim work reminders, delete newsletters I don't remember signing up for. And every time, just before I lock my phone and set it face down on the nightstand, I open my inbox one last time and look for a new message from an address I don't recognize. Half of me is hoping it won't be there. Half of me is braced for it. I did not walk into that basement. That sentence is the line I balance on. It is the only reason I get to tell you this story myself, instead of someone else finding my car at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, baking slowly under a streetlight, and wondering why I never came back for it. There is no closure beyond that. There is a house that may or may not still have marks on its basement walls from where a tripod once stood. There is a man who may or may not still be using versions of the same ad in towns far enough away that it feels like someone else's problem. There are women you will never hear about who answered listings that never got turned into stories. If you ever find yourself at the top of a dark staircase in a house that does not sound like anyone lives in it, no TV muffling through the wall, no dishwasher running, no muffled argument from the next room. If your host tells you the light switch is at the bottom and the basement is the best part, I hope one stupid thing. I hope you remember my voice and the sound of this story more than you remember the reason you thought you needed the room. Not the rent amount, not the utilities included, not the safe neighborhood, or the female preferred. Not whatever made you tell yourself that it would be rude or paranoid to turn around and leave. I hope in that thin slice of silence before your foot commits to the first step, you hear every fridge hum you've ever ignored, every radiator ping, every hallway creak, and you understand that some noises are warnings disguised as normal. And somewhere else, in some other town, in a house at the end of its own quiet street, there is a different room. Concrete floor, bare walls, a staircase leading down into shadow. In the far corner, a camera on a tripod is already set up, angled just right at the bottom of the steps. No one is there yet. The house is holding its breath. The only sound in that room is the tiny, patient ticking of the camera's red recording light, waiting for the next person to stand where I stood, hear the same silence, and decide whether or not to move when someone behind them says, almost kindly, "Ladies first."